What is your strangest glitch in the Matrix moment that cannot be explained? Over 10 years ago now, my high school marching band was warming up before a qualifying performance at the competition we had entered. The lot looked a little rough and we began running through our sets. Towards the end of the warm-up I felt a painful sensation in my foot. The first thing I thought was that I had stepped on a nail and I limped to the curb. I didn't see anything lodged into my ProMasters, and I didn't feel any pain quickly after that. I assumed it was merely a coincidence, but after getting home, showering, sitting in bed I remembered the sensation. Checking the bottom of my foot, there was a large black blot on the bottom of my foot that had never been there before. Over time it shrunk, and now merely looks like a large freckle on the sole of my foot. I was around 11 or 12 at this time. My dad was sleeping quite early in the afternoon, around 6. My little brother and I thought it would be fun if we went outside in the dark since my dad forbade that. So, little rebel me decided duck that. Let's go grab sticks and play nights or something. After an hour or so I looked up at the sky and saw this star-shaped anomaly. From what I remember, it did look like some kind of spacecraft, but it was see-through. It had the color of the night sky, but was outlined in white. It rotated in a circular pattern while accelerating at a fast rate. I told my brother to look up at the sky. When he looked at it, he didn't show his emotions on the outside, but I knew he was feeling some sort of worry or shock. I thought, well shit, at least I am not crazy seeing this star thingy. I was very confused at what I was looking at. It all felt like a dream. The object stopped all of a sudden, and that's pretty much all I remember from that night. My brother and I woke up in our yard, confused on what happened. I remember not being injured whatsoever, but being totally drained, and my stomach in knots. Our dad ran towards us. His face was agonized with stress. He thought that we ran away, got lost, etc. My dad was just relieved we were a-okay. When we scurried back to the house, I looked at the clock to see how long we were out there. It was around 11, so we were pretty much out there for a good old 5 hours. My brother and I still talk about what happened on that night. Even talked about it with my dad. It sends him shivers whenever my brother or I talk about it. I've always questioned what really happened during that afternoon, and wondering what really did happen. I always get this anxious feeling whenever I talk about it. TLDR, some weird star spacecraft made both of my brother pass out all of a sudden. Still wondering what really happened. My body feels stressed when I bring it up. I live in Maine. My brother was visiting from Ohio, and we were driving in my car to the next town over, about an 11-mile trip. It's the middle of the day on a weekend, sunny, no clouds, warm, and we're listening to the local rock station on the FM band. As we're driving and chatting, the radio station fades to static. After a few seconds, another radio station fades in. They're playing country music, which I can't stand, but before I change the channel the song ends and some commercials start in. Commercials for businesses we've never heard of. We kept listening, and finally the call letters are announced. I pull over and fire up Google. Kentucky. The radio station is in Kentucky. We continue on, and the station eventually fades out to static and the local station fades back in. Over the next few days, it happened once more while I was driving and tuned in. Now, I understand radio waves and it's common for AM radio stations to be heard from far away as the troposphere changes height at night and bounces the radio waves further away. But that doesn't commonly happen with FM waves. And besides, this happened during the day in perfect weather conditions. The only explanation I have is The Matrix. Well, I probably missed the window for this, but I'll toss my experience into the ring. This was 7 or 8 years ago, and it happened while I was on a spring trip to Jamaica with my family. During one evening I got acquainted with a bottle of Appleton rum and a Cuban and felt the evening was perfect to do some stargazing. Around 9:30 p.m., I think, I was watching the northwest sky between Taurus and Cassiopeia when I saw a bright light the size of a small star expand to the size of a US dime. If you were to hold it all the way out in front of you and stay that big for a matter of 5-7 seconds, then it just shrunk away and disappeared. It wasn't sudden and it didn't move in any direction. It just kind of grew and faded away. I have no clue what in the world it could have been. Stars don't do that. There were no streaks before or after and it wasn't moving, so I think it's doubtful it could have been something entering the atmosphere. And I made sure to observe the area for a satellite, but there were no satellite moving along a path either. To this day I am still stumped. I am having something happen to me right now, or rather, as of late. I live in the suburbs. People just let their cats roam free around here. I used to have a cat when I was a kid living at the same address as I do now. He got hit by a car and died, and I saw the corpse to confirm it was really him. He had very distinctive and unusual traits, so it was easy to identify him. 2 weeks ago, I emerged from my house in the morning to go to work, and there's a cat on my front porch that is just staring at the house. Usually neighborhood cats will bolt as soon as the door opens, but not this one. I didn't pay any attention to it and passed it by carefully as I went to work. Next day, same cat staring at the house. I turned on the porch light and I was astonished. This cat looks exactly like my childhood cat, down to a T. I even even went through some old photo albums later that afternoon to compare my memories of my old cat with the photographic evidence, and I was not mistaken. This cat is 100% identical. So every day this cat just stares at my house in the early hours of the morning, and I have tried to coax it over to pet it, but I won't come, and it runs away if I get near it. I have asked everybody who lives at my house if they are feeding it, and they all say they aren't. But they've seen the cat prowling around the property at various hours of the day when I am not home, so I know I am not having a psychotic break or just imagining it was there. This cat has no collar on, but I am sure she probably has an owner who lives somewhere around here, since it looks like it's being fed and isn't dirty or mangy sick. I can't figure out why it likes to stare at our house all the time, though. I am considering leaving food out so I might be able to get a closer look at it, but it only seems to come around when I am either not around or I am getting ready to leave for work, and I can't stay and try to get it to approach me for longer than a few minutes. This is pretty much all of my childhood dreams where my cat comes back to life come true. There's no possible way it could be the same cat, but I can't stop thinking about it when I am lost in thought. I have two moments. The first was when I was sitting in a cafe on a quiet road looking out of the window. I saw a couple holding hands walk past the cafe on the other side of the road and continue walking up the street. About 30 seconds later I saw the same couple walk up the street again. I knew that area pretty well, and there was no way for them to be able to have circled back around and walk past again in such a small window of time. The second was when I was working in a supermarket and was stocking the liquor section. I wrote down that we were missing 6 boxes of one of the beers in the fridge and went out back to get them. When I came back to put them in the fridge, the shelf was completely full. I then took the boxes we now didn't need and put them out back, and when I came back into the store the shelf was completely empty and needed 8 boxes. I was the only person working in that department that day. I have two off the top of my head. Many years ago my stepmom's father was on hospice and living with us. Every day was the same routine. Dinner, watch TV, 8 p.m. he'd go to bed. One day I watch him walk to bed and wonder, does he ever think if this is his last time walking to bed? Was woken up the next morning at 5:30 a.m. by my dad telling me my step-granddad had passed in his sleep so I wouldn't be woken by the coroners. Another time I was driving home from work. I drove this road every day. It had 2 lanes, one each direction. I had to make a left turn onto a road with a stop sign, but the road I was on didn't have one. For some reason one day instead of turning, I stopped even though no cars were coming towards me. Before I realized I had stopped unnecessarily, a car blew through the stop sign. I would have been right in the middle of the intersection had I not stopped. Years ago my little brother, older sister and her husband went to BFD, a music festival that our local Live 105 hosts. A great time was had by all. Around 2 or 3 a.m. we are back at the house exhausted. My brother and I are on opposite ends of the sectional talking to each other. At some point we both realize we are asleep, but still talking. I asked him, "Are we both asleep right now?" He says, "No, it's morning," and points to the window. I look out the window and I am like, "Yeah, I know it's morning, but it's still dark outside." I didn't say this out loud. Then my brother says, "Oh, I understand your question now. Yeah, I guess we are both asleep." We proved it to each other a few more times and we are both tripped the duck out. I then start to have these horrible guilty feelings and I want to cry, and he tells me to knock it off and that I just ruined it. My brother wakes me up and asks me why I had to ruin it, that we may have been able to do cool shit, and my first instinct is to talk shit and be hella rude and sarcastic, but then I realized and remembered instantly the feelings of guilt, so I didn't say anything. It was the summer of 1990, and I was with 2 friends, D and S, walking through London, from Camden Town back down along Camden High Street towards the center of the city. We stopped to wait at a pedestrian crossing for the lights to change, the standard British Pelican crossing. A plain red silhouette of a man standing still, as usual when waiting for the lights to change. We all watched them impatiently. Eventually they changed to the normal British green man mid-stride, and we started crossing. As we walked, we kept an eye on the lights to make sure we had time to make it across comfortably. About halfway across the road, there was quite literally a ripple in reality, a brief flash of disturbance, and suddenly the lights had changed again, but not back to red. The plain green guy was now wearing wide-bottomed flares and glasses, had long, flowing hair cascading out behind him, and had a line of stars from in front of his forehead that trailed over his head and down his back, each one slightly bigger than the previous, like some kind of cloak. We all stopped dead and exchanged stunned looks. One of us, I forget which, said, "Did you?" The other 2 both replied yes before he could finish the sentence. Then we remembered the traffic and hurried across the road, and waited nervously for the lights to go red again. Sure enough, on both sides of the road, the red guy had changed too. He was now carrying a briefcase, smoking a pipe with wisps of smoke rising, wearing a little Homburg hat, and he had big brogues on his feet. We watched at the light cycle for 10 minutes or so, but eventually continued on, feeling really freaked. A couple of days later, I was talking about it with a group of friends. To my amazement, one of the girls said, "Oh yeah, I heard about that." I muttered something incredulous, and she told me that she'd seen an article in the press talking about how the council had recently changed the lights on that pedestrian crossing. Apparently it was some sort of tribute about the death of a singer who had been famous in the 60s, and who had lived in that street. She was certain that the three of us there had just not noticed the difference in the lights until we were halfway across the road. I was far from convinced the council changing the plates over the lights made sense, but not in less than the blink of an eye. Anyway, L promised to bring me the article to have a look at our next gathering a couple of weeks later. A few days later, I went back to Camden to look at the changed lights more closely. The construction was standard. They were just black painted glass, the top section red glass and the bottom section green, with the shapes of the men etched out of the paint, and white bulbs behind. The figures were based on the original templates of the Walkdo men, but with extra details etched out of the black paint to provide the outfits. The glass was bolted in, and took up the entire casing in front of the light bulbs. There was no possible mechanism by which they could have slid down in front of the other plates, or anything of that sort. Just in case, I hung around at a cafe across the road for about an hour, watching the lights, but they stayed changed. A week after that, I went back again for another look, to get a sketch of the altered designs. I was disappointed to find that the lights were back to being perfectly normal. It was our regular gathering a couple of days later, and I was quite keen to see the article that Al had mentioned. When I asked her if she had brought it in, however, she looked at me blankly. She clearly didn't have the slightest idea what I was talking about. She didn't remember me mentioning traffic lights, Camden, or anything else, and neither did any of the others there. She had never heard anything about the council changing some pedestrian crossing lights, or even of a 60s singer dying recently. In fact, none of them remembered me saying anything much at our previous gathering. When I retold the story, everyone seemed quite spooked by it all. I called D and S immediately afterwards, and yes, they still remembered it clearly. D seemed amused by it all. S was just terrified. The only explanation I have that can even begin to stand up to Occam is that we briefly swapped into a closely aligned parallel dimension. If the other two hadn't been there, I doubt I'd trust my own memory of the event. It was so surreal, but as it happens, I have since had a couple of other experiences that also look a little like some minor dimensional swapping, although they're less dramatic. I was completely alone in my house one evening, all doors and windows locked. No one else has a key. I have no pets and have never walked in my sleep. Before I went to bed, I took out my earrings dangly, fancy but not expensive, and put them on the dining table. I specifically recall doing this as I moved them from near the edge right into the middle of the table. To prevent me knocking them off in the morning, I set the burglar alarm covers all up downstairs so if anyone had entered it would have gone off and went to bed. When I got up in the morning, the earrings had gone. I have searched my entire house several times over the last year, but there's no sign of them. It's bloody weird. I feel like they've vanished into another dimension or something. Wouldn't say inexplicable, but monumentally unlikely, and for years, it was inexplicable. So I live with my parents' two-bed maisonette, first floor. So to get to our front door, you go down a flight of stairs. Years ago my dad was doing something in the garden. He got to the garden, realized he'd not picked up the key to the shed from the rack. So he came to the door and asked my mom to throw it down to him. She threw this key down. Wasn't on a ring or anything. Literally just a key. There was literally 15 feet between them. The key vanished. Literally. She threw it down a flight of stairs to a landing that's maybe 5 feet x 10. We literally tore that landing apart, checked every shoe in our shoe rack, moved the rack, the rug, even borrowed a metal detector from my cousin to find it. Nothing. The key was gone. 5 or 6 years later, my mom was doing some washing. She picked up my dad's work trousers, the cargo kind with outside pockets down the legs, and felt something hard. Put her hand in the pocket. Nothing. Kept feeling and narrowed it down to one of those little pockets designed for pens. After a few minutes work, out of the pocket pops the key. Somehow, she'd managed to throw this key and get it to not only hit my dad's leg but hit it exactly right that the key went into the pen pocket deep, that it stayed hidden for half a decade. I wouldn't even have thought that throw was possible, yet somehow my mom managed it on pure chance. When I was about 15, my younger brother and I were really into Pokemon. We'd played Red and Blue on our Game Boys and had to get Gold and Silver as soon as possible. Our parents ended up getting us the Japanese game cartridges and we played them non-stop, with me getting Silver and my brother getting Gold. We went on a trip to Six Flags Magic Mountain with some cousins where my brother lost his bright blue carrying case with his Game Boy and Pokemon Gold inside. I remember helping him frantically look for it everywhere in the car ride back, as my parents had warned us not to bring it on the trip. Nada. Couldn't be found. We tore out the rear seat's minivan, took out everything in the trunk. It was was lost somewhere in the amusement park. 3 years ago, I was visiting my parents at the home we grew up in and noticed a faded blue Game Boy case casually sitting next to where I kept my old game consoles. Lo and behold, it contained his heavily stickered Game Boy Clear and his copy of Pokemon Gold. When I called him and asked him how it ended up there, he was just as confused as I was, insisting that he lost it 12 years ago. Note the cousins we went on the trip with live in Japan and in Texas and never come to our home. Our parents were out of town for the week during which the Game Boy was lost. Still creeps me out. I lost my keys while leaving class one day. They were in my hand with the keyring around my middle finger from the moment I took them out of my bag and while walking down the stairs, but as soon as I got to the ground floor the keys were gone. I checked every floor of that building, every step on the stairs, every inch of my classroom. I dug through a garbage can. I checked with the building office and the main campus, lost and found. I tore my bag apart looking for them even though I knew I had taken them out and held them. My keys were gone. I was aware that they were in my hand the whole time up until they just weren't. I have no idea how I could have dropped them or set them down somewhere and not have noticed. I checked back with the lost and found in the building offices every week but they never found them. I'm still pissed because a replacement car key is $400. My group of friends used to do getaways for New Year's Eve. One year we stayed in cabins at Zaca Lake near Santa Barbara. The cabins are on tribal land, I believe. Anyways, we're partying and talking inside the main cabin one night and I stepped outside for some fresh air. I heard hand drums and chanting coming from the distance, so I went to see if I could find the source. It was a dark night. Porch lights and the stars were the only illumination. As I got closer to the performers, still couldn't see them. Silver sparks started shooting out of the ground. Little ankle-high fireworks. At first just a few here and there, but spreading, until they were everywhere I looked. I went back to grab everyone to show them, but they were deep in some sort of group spoken word game and they wouldn't listen. But later, one guy and his girlfriend took a walk and saw the same thing I did. Little silver fireworks shooting out of the ground. I was in Argentina for a mission trip, and at the beginning we all 12 of us were given blank white envelopes with around $150 as spending money for food and whatnot. So the idea was to keep the majority of the money put away and then take it out in small quantities to convert to Argentinian money as we needed it. So the first week or so of the 10-day trip, our pastor kept all of our money we didn't need in his locked bag, because we didn't need much until the end. So then on day 7ish, he gave us all back our envelopes so we could buy stuff if we wanted to. No problems there. Everyone had all of their money, and I had about $120 still left in my envelope. Okay, so I put the envelope in a very specific internal pocket in my bag that has nothing else in it, so I wouldn't grab something and it would fall out. We were staying in a room in the upper floor of a small church in downtown Cordoba, and there were like 8 other guys in this room with me. Okay, so then I didn't disturb this pocket for 2 more days. Then on the last day of our trip, we were going to the market, so I needed to get my money. I went into the room and reached in the internal pocket, and the envelope is just duck and gone. I searched every pocket in everything I owned. Wasn't there. Every guy searched their bag, and before we left we checked every corner of the empty room. Still no trace of it. So your initial thought is probably that someone just stole it. However, the problem with this is that A, the room was locked whenever we weren't in there for this very reason. B, this envelope was unmarked except for my name, and was in an internal pocket in my bag. So it would take some digging around to find, and you would have to know what you were looking for. See, there were so many easier things to steal in this room than my one envelope hidden in my bag. In my bag alone, you would have to push aside my phone and my nice headphones to reach the envelope, which weren't stolen. In the room, you could visibly see some of my buddies' envelopes in their open bags, let alone their phones, etc. There was even a stack of 10 Kindles we brought to donate that was literally sitting on the table. D, nothing else was stolen. There wasn't even any evidence that anything was moved or opened at all. E, I am confident that I didn't take it out between putting it in the bag and checking for it the last day. And I would have no reason to, as I spent no money in those days. So I know for sure that it wasn't one of my buddies in the room with me, as these are guys I have known for years and would risk my life for. And again, there were much more visible envelopes in the room, all had the same amount of money in them, so this leaves only 2 possibilities. 1, someone unlocked the door, ignored everything else in the room and went straight for my bag, then ignored the other things in my bag and went straight for the blank envelope, then left. 2, I am just the biggest ducking idiot and somehow took the envelope out for some unknown reason and then misplaced it out of the room, then forgot about taking it out. Anyways, it was of course never found to this day. I honestly wasn't mad about it, I was just bewildered out of my mind. Too long didn't read had an envelope with $120 in a secure location that disappeared out of thin air. New Year's about 6 years ago. We were all celebrating and decided to go out to see the firework. A family of close to 30 is looking up in the sky. Well, no more than 10 minutes pass when these orange lights in a triangle formation comes floating by and disappear in the distance. I'd everyone know just a helicopter lights. Well, this proceed to happens again, except the triangle has more on each side, this time with 3 on each side, then 4, and finally 5. It was as if they attached lights to a duck migration, or think Phoenix lights. The oddest part was when one light broke off the last triangle. It stayed and just hovered there, moved erratically, and the shot off into the distance. Everyone was panicking at this point, kids crying. Our black neighbors were flipping their shit. Hispanic people were praying in front. It was as if something bad was going to happen, but nothing ever did. I still get goosebumps seeing Phoenix lights videos. That's my glitch. Before Thanksgiving I had received 3 tins of my favorite herbal tea in the mail. I put them in the cabinet with the other tea and opened one of them and made enough pots over the days to deplete about half of it. The open one I left in the bottom shelf of the cabinet with the other open containers of tea that I have, and the unopened ones went up top with my extra stock. So when I left town there were 2.5 tins. 2 of them still sealed up top where my other backstock of tea always lives, and 1 in progress on the bottom shelf. I went out of town for Thanksgiving for a week. When I got back I went to make a pot of my favorite herbal tea. I went to the tea cabinet and the open one was no longer on the bottom shelf with my other teas in progress. I was puzzled, so I looked up top for the unopened ones and there was only 1, not 2. Despite there being other unopened kinds up there, there was no sign of forced entry into the house. 2 tins of tea, one of them half depleted, just disappeared from my house. I can't see that anything else was stolen, not even any other teas, and not even all of my favorite tea, or like my TV or whatever. And I know I didn't work through them and just forget they hadn't been in the house long enough for that to happen. Not even long enough for 1. And I know I didn't take them out of town with me because I never planned to do that, and I even checked my suitcase just to make sure. And if I had had them when I was out of town I would have been drinking them there. I had no reason to put this TV anywhere other than where I always put tea. I ransacked the house, wondering if I could have been a sleepwalker or something and stowed them in the guest bedroom or whatever before I left. I was open to any possibility, but they just flat aren't in the house anymore. Somebody got into my house while I was gone and took some of my tea but nothing else. But how? Why? Was it an only moderately shitty thief ghost? WTF. I haven't told anyone because they will think I am crazy. One day, my wife and I got home at the same time. Parking is a little tough where we live, so when I saw her, I followed her to where she would park her car, tell her to hop in, so she doesn't have to walk all the way home since I'll park my car in the garage. We have a favorite spot that's a little further, but it's one of the only spot that doesn't make your car nasty because the sprinkler doesn't really work at this spot. We almost always park our car here. I would say 9/10. I remember vividly where she parked. The next day, she called me and told me that her car had been either towed or stolen. I don't see why it would get towed, since we didn't break any rules. There was, however, some tow-away notices about tree cutting posted, but it was not for our side. All the cars that's been parked there for days, that are next to our car, were all still there. I don't see how it would get stolen either, since she has a newer European car that's pretty much impossible to steal unless it's towed on a flatbed. I told her to call the cops to check if it was indeed towed, and immediately went home. When I got home, I saw her car parked at another location that's definitely not where the car was parked the night before. I told my wife this and she was just as shocked as me. I then checked for any damages, etc., and the car was perfect. I checked the dash cam. We indeed parked the car at that location we thought we parked the car at originally. There's only 2 of us in our household. I checked the keys. Both keys are at home. Till this day I don't have any explanations. Either one of us sleepwalked, or one of the only thing I can think of is that the tree cutting crew moved our car. In order to do this, though, they would have to call a tow company, moved it, and pay out of pocket, which makes no sense. It's still a mystery that we promised to not talk about, as the more we think about it, the less it makes sense. My roommates and I had a dog. She was a good girl and we all loved her a lot. At some point she stopped eating. I worked 3rd shift at the time, so I didn't really pick up on it until she was really sick. I kinda figured she wasn't going to make it through. The day before the day that my roommate had to put her down, I had a dream. In the dream she came to me really sick and I was petting her. For some reason I stopped and made a Totino's party pizza like I do when I get home from work, and while I was eating the pizza I knew it was time, so I said goodbye and looked for her, but she was gone. All of a sudden she comes out of nowhere all better, young and sweet and alive. I was so happy in that dream, but I woke up and went to work. That morning I came home and everyone was asleep except her. She was laying on the living room floor waiting for me to come home. I stayed with her a long time petting her ears. Finally she moved away from me. She just got up very slowly and turned away and laid down in the middle of the floor. It was sad, but I understood, and as I reflected on the moment I realized how hungry I was. I went and cooked a Totino's party pizza like I always do when I get home from work. When I finished cooking the pizza I looked for her, but she had crawled back into my roommate's room. So I ate and went to sleep. The next day when I woke up and left my room, my roommate and his family were just getting ready to take her to the vet. I said my goodbyes. He was still hopeful that they might be able to help her, but I knew that it was the last time I was going to see her. That evening at the vet they made the decision to put her down. Turned out she had some condition that was essentially turning her blood to syrup. Fast forward a week or two, or a month or two, I can't remember exactly, but my roommate and his family decided to get a new dog. I found out because they had put me down as a reference, and I got a call that night early in my shift from the person that was sheltering her. I gave my endorsement, and the next day when I saw them I let them know I had been contacted by the shelter. My roommate thanked me and then launched into this weird story about how his sister, who lives 3 hours away from the shelter, was also looking at adopting that exact dog until she found out that he had contacted the shelter first, and then he tells me about how he feels it is meant to be. Hyper aware of the dream I had. I just nod and kinda WTF away, wondering at the possibilities. The next afternoon I woke up to get ready for work, and I walk out my door, and in the back of the kitchen is this new good girl staring at me. It's really hard to describe, but I was just overwhelmed with this feeling that this new good girl, young and sweet and alive, and so different from Bella, was still somehow Bella, and that she was waiting anxiously to see if I would recognize her. Man, it was just such a weird feeling. I didn't know what to do, so I just knelt down on the other side of the kitchen and threw my arms wide open and said hi with a big smile on my face. Without any hesitation at all, this new good girl just runs across the kitchen and jumps into my arms and hugs me back. She actually hugs you, like puts her arms around your neck and buries her face in your chest kinda hugs. Never had a dog that do that before. She is a wonderful dog, and I don't really know if she has any connection to her Bella at all, but I don't see any reason not to love her just as much, and it's nice to believe that our Bella is right back where she belongs. I have a few. I will start in chronological order. There is a lot to read, but I've had a lot of unexplained stories. The most compelling is probably the very last one, so skip ahead to that one if you don't want to read the whole post. When I was 2 years old, my mom and I lived with my grandma and great-grandma. My grandma was very involved in her church, and on this particular day a friend came to pick her up so they could go do some ministry. I was watching out the window as she left to get in his car, and as she walked up to greet him I saw a skeleton in medieval armor, helmet, shield, and sword, and it came from behind the car with the sword raised to attack them. As it swung the sword down to strike them, there was a shield of light that radiated around them, and as the sword hit the light the skeleton crumbled. This sounds like the wild imaginations of a child, but I was 2 years old and I had not seen any kind of cartoons or other media with these kinds of imagery. At the time my grandma and her friend were doing spiritual warfare, casting out evil spirits and such, and this is what they were headed to do this day. The next one happened when I was 3. My mom and I had moved into our own home at this point. I had my own bedroom there, and one night I woke up in the middle of the night and there were 3 very tall and dark figures in my room standing at the foot of my bed. They were asking me to come outside and play with them. They were not acting menacing or scary at all. Although their appearance was very dark and scary, they were being very friendly, as I imagine a child predator kidnapper would act. I told them that I cannot go outside with my mom, and that it was nighttime as well. They insisted that I go out to play, and they even told me that my mom told them it was okay. I immediately became terrified, screamed as loud as I could, and then ran into my mom's room. I slept in my mom's bed every night until we moved from that house a few months later. When I got older and talked to my mom about that experience, she told me that she also experienced very dark, creepy stuff at that house. When I was 5, my mom and I came home one night after being at a Bible study at a friend's house. When we came inside, there were some things thrown around the living room, and this necklace that my mom had purchased from some new age place was laying on the floor, and it had been cut in half. My mom called the police because she thought someone had broken in, and they came to investigate. All the doors and windows were locked, and there was no sign of forced entry and no footsteps around the house. I have also seen unidentified flying objects on several occasions. I am not insinuating they are extraterrestrial, most likely they are black ops, but I have definitely seen some shit that defies our understanding of modern physics. I've seen 6 or more craft or lights very high in the sky that move incredibly fast through the sky like a pinball bouncing around wildly. The only one I've seen that was close enough to distinguish a shape looked like a triangle-shaped plane. but it had this bright green light surrounding it. And then the light turned orange after I focused on it, and then it just disappeared. One time I was walking down the street downtown in my city, and all of a sudden a business card fell from the sky and landed right in front of my feet. I looked up and there were no open windows and nobody up on the buildings. The business card was for a psychic. I actually called her and told her what happened, and she was pretty fascinated by what I told her, but she still wanted to charge me money, so I declined. Lastly, when I was 20 I was sitting at home one day just watching a movie, and I saw a little boy walk through the wall, take a few steps, and then fizzle out. The image of him was exactly like the hologram messages in Star Wars. He was this bluish gray color, slightly transparent, and had a bit of static around him. He was dressed in late 1800s clothing as well. There was a cemetery directly behind our home just past our fence, and while one of my roommates was super creeped out by the cemetery, it never bothered me. After this experience I decided to do a little investigating about the cemetery, and what I learned totally corroborated the apparition I witnessed. The cemetery was the first cemetery in the city I lived in. It was called the Pioneer Cemetery, and it had the bodies of all the major people who built the city. Back when it was first established it was on a much larger plot of land, at least double the size. And here's where it gets weird, it had a schoolhouse on it. I actually found a picture of the school and one with the children all lined up in front of it, and they were all dressed exactly like the boy that I saw. Apparently the schoolhouse burned to the ground at some point, and they demolished it. Then they greatly reduced the size of the land the schoolhouse cemetery was built upon, and eventually decades later they built homes upon the land. Pretty strange. Because of my ability in social studies, I had won the opportunity to go on a field trip throughout Europe at a discounted price that only high school kids could really go on. We paid for it throughout the year, making monthly payments. I finally went on the trip. It was incredible, and we were in Paris waiting to leave to go to dinner. We were standing outside a cafe, and a kid named Max went inside to get some hot chocolate. He came back out with the hot chocolate, and I tried some. It was so good, and only €2, so I was like, I am gonna go in and get some too. We had to wait around 20 or so more minutes before leaving, and this is when I went inside. I go to the counter, one hot chocolate I pay, and receive my delicious hot chocolate. As I am putting my change back into my wallet, a girl on the trip walks into the cafe and says, "Andrews, come on. You've been in here for 20 minutes. What?" I could have sworn the whole transaction couldn't have taken more than 5 minutes. I was so confused I just sort of stood there in shock and walked back out where everyone was waiting, and a chaperone asked me why I took so long. I sorta just started blubbering about how I only took a few minutes and that it couldn't have taken that long. A few of my friends started teasing me about how I couldn't keep track of time. I still don't know what happened to this day. I am 100% sure I figured out how to time travel in there or something. Driving down a parking garage and was on the 4th floor when I see an older Asian lady walk out of the lift and walk to a white Prius and get in. Think nothing of it. Then maybe a minute later, while on the 2nd floor of the same complex, I see the same lady walk out of the lift again and again walk into her white Prius. I pulled over and waited at the 1st floor, but no Prius ever came out. Then again the same day, I was moving into a new flat and I was gonna take the lift down to the parking garage. I'm on level 4 and saw a maintenance man step out of the elevator and walk past me on level 4. I take the lift down to the garage and come out and begin walking to me car. When the same maintenance man is walking up to the lift, note this is the only lift on this side of the building and the stairs aren't closed either. Once when me and 3 of my friends were in the car, I spotted an airplane, but it wasn't ducking moving. At first I thought that maybe I wasn't seeing things right, so I tapped my friend on her shoulder to ask her if the plane was moving. She gave me a ducking look and told me that it wasn't. We stared at it till we passed. Probably the most glitchy thing to ever happen to me. And my phone just so happened to be out of battery. We oddly didn't tell the other friends, or maybe we did, but it would have had to been after. What's even crazier is that I remember watching a Shane Dawson conspiracy video, and it had a part where it talked about that and showed a video of a bird flying completely still. At the time it seemed so fake though, but I don't really remember what he said other than it being a glitch. Edit just realized that I make it seem like the plane was possibly on the ground but it was in the air, taking off. I've seen that a lot of people here dreamt about questions on a test or quiz that they have never seen before, and a short time after have been taking the test and the questions in the dream was on the test. Well, I have had something similar to that, except it doesn't have anything to do with tests, just events that happen in my life. It's not like significant events either, it's just random day-to-day activities that I'll be doing and suddenly I'll remember after I did something that I had a dream of doing that specific thing. When it clicks and I'm like, oh, I've seen myself doing this before. It's not a vague memory. Either it's like someone opened a dam on a river. The memory always comes back very detailed. I've never really thought anything of it because I know people have occasional deja vu. But when I start thinking about it, it is not occasional. I am currently 23 and as a best guess as far as I can ever remember, this has happened to me at least 20 times in my life. Probably more that I can't recall. A bra I bought just disappeared. I had it for a couple months. It wasn't too expensive or anything. I was pretty sure it was either in the laundry or in my bra drawer, but it wasn't. I thought maybe a friend who stayed over might have packed it in her stuff thinking it was hers, but she looked when she got home and didn't find it. She wouldn't steal something, let alone something that wouldn't even fit her. I turned my entire house upside down looking for it. It's not like it could have left the house on its own. It's a bra, either I am wearing it on my body or it is in my house. I checked absolutely everywhere, but I never found it. Did it get thrown in the trash by accident? I can think of no other explanation. Years ago, my grandfather and I were on the highway. We were going to meet my dad and uncle at our camp just outside of Morgan City. Drive isn't really boring, but I am 5 or 6, so I am looking all around while my granddad's telling me stories about the war that he probably shouldn't, while letting me sit in the passenger seat, which again he probably shouldn't. While I am looking around, I look to my right at the lane next to us, and I see a silver gray SUV, I think a Ford, just cruising along. No driver, nothing, and it's not like out of control or anything, just doesn't have a driver. I watched it for a while until it went down an off-ramp, and of course, nobody believed me. This story is my father's, not mine. About 20-30 years ago, he and his friends were on their annual camping trip to Gettysburg, PA. For those of you who don't know, Gettysburg was the site of one of the largest American Civil War battles, and the bloodiest battle ever fought by Americans. Yeah, that bad. He and his friends were biking around the relatively flat battlefield when they passed by an older man wearing jeans and a button-up dress shirt. He said the man had a look similar to General Robert E. Lee, Confederate general. Nothing much weird there. A few minutes after they passed the man, they rode up a few small hills, all in a straightish line. Who do they see ahead of them? The same man they saw a few minutes ago. Same clothes, same face. The weird part is that they never stopped between the two sightings, and were riding at a normal bicycling speed. Just a few years back, when my family went there, he showed us the exact places where both sightings happened, and I can't even understand it. Camping with my friend way back in the sticks on gated private land. We knew the landowner and got the key. He told us where he wanted us to camp, away from his cattle grazing and away from where the elk herds were. Took about an hour or so to drive into our camp spot, which is surrounded by mountains and it's all his private land. The only way in is the road we took. Couple days of camping go by, no bug deal, not another person on site. We'd been shooting gophers and just stuff, old abandoned fence posts, stumps, etc. He'd warned us small cook-size fires only cause it's super dry out. No bonfires. Well, one night our big wood ran out, so we scrounged dead brush and debris for the fire. One branch when thrown on had so many dead needles on it whooshed up in a giant fireball. We surveyed the area, satisfied no fires were started, kept on about our business. It was our last night and we had to head out early, so we drowned the four pretty well and got in the tent. Barely any bro sex later, we were both fast asleep. My friend started shaking the shit out of me. Fire, fire, fire. I jolted up groggy as all hell, but clearly there was light all around our tent, when it should have been dark. We slammed out of there ready to run or something, assuming we were in the middle of an inferno, but our whole little valley camp spot was illuminated in a dull green light that was almost pulsing, or flickering, like those fluorescent tubes in big box stores. We stood there a minute looking at it, and it suddenly fades away, and we were left there, at half-mast, wondering what the hell was going on, what or who it was, and we never got any answers. I've told this before and people say a military flare, but way back on private property with extreme Ford danger seems an odd place to drop military flares for funsies, and there was no way in hell it was another car on the land spotlighting us. On the way out, our car tracks were still the only ones in the mud. One time I left work same as always, and the next thing I knew I was walking through the garage to my home. I literally got all the way from work to home and halfway through the garage without being conscious of it. It's not that it felt weird in the garage or that I woke up on the floor or something. It's just that I was walking to the door same as always, and it gradually dawned on me that I didn't remember how I got there. I mean, obviously I had driven my usual commute route, had parked, had gotten out, had closed the car door, and had walked towards the door as always, or I wouldn't be there. But I had no memory of any of it. Like, not at all. When you drive the same commute every day, it's easy to zone out a bit and just kind of go into autopilot. But I had literally no memory of having done it or of any time having passed. I mean, was I a danger on the road? Was I just on autopilot? Or was I fully conscious of it and doing fine on the way, and for some reason the memory just got wiped out when I got to the garage? I don't know, but it was gone. Totally gone. I got there fine and I don't know how. I lost my wedding ring at work one day, searched everywhere, couldn't find it. 2 weeks later, one of the guys in my team says his laptop's not charging. I grab the charger, get an electric shock, jump back, and put my hand in my left pocket to find my wedding ring. I'd worn these trousers to work several times over the 2 weeks. They'd been washed a couple of times. My wife had made me check everything I'd had on the day I'd lost it too. Not sure what's stranger, the ring appearing somewhere that had been checked several times, or the feeling I needed to put my hand in my left pocket after being shocked. My wife hadn't been impressed that 2 weeks that laptop cable got me out of the doghouse in my marriage. When I was in middle school, I was taking a computer class where we once tasked with making our own custom labels for soda bottles. I went to Google to start searching for a template to make my label from. After Google loaded, I was about to type in my search when text started quickly typing into the search box by itself. It said something like, "Do you want to know more?" I looked around just to see if someone was messing with my computer, but I didn't see anything suspicious, so I cleared the search box and again started to type when some other question I can't remember started typing into the search box. I immediately turned off the computer. It sounds so crazy, but I know what I saw in my keyboard was the only one plugged into the computer. I am not sure how this was possible. This is pretty hard to explain correctly, due to various cultural backgrounds. I grew up in Eastern Europe in the communist bloc. Imagine a typical person from the 70s 80s in your culture, that you would never expect to see today. In my case it was a combination of, a beat-up car that's no longer in production, and hard to even buy, but it was commonplace back then. Shaggy hair and very unkempt hairstyle, that was typical for physical workers of that era. A slightly worn down, wife beater, an unpleasant facial expression of a physical worker in communist bloc in the 80s, slightly overweight, unshaved dude with a mustache, who seems like he is permanently in his 40s and his actual age is hard to determine. I saw the combination of all of those at a pedestrian crossing. The image was so weird and absurd that it took me back to my childhood and I thought I went back in time for a moment. Actually it was the same for other passerbys in the vicinity. I could have sworn I even heard some old music coming from the car's radio. If that was some kind of hidden camera thing, it was very well done. I guess equivalent for people in the US would be to see one of those vans from the 70s with appropriate cast, decals, music and recreational tobacco inside. I believe I've mentioned this on here before, but at about 9-10 years old I was on holiday in Devon at a caravan site. I was playing on the Switch Gs with my new holiday friends I had made as well as my younger sister. As I jumped off the swing I swear down it felt like I froze in midair. For like 3 seconds. I was moving and looking about but wasn't falling. I was just stood up there. It was weird. Weird enough for me and the other kids to freak out like what's happening. We all shit our pants and ran off. Don't get me wrong, I don't believe in any gods or supernatural stuff, so I don't believe it was anything spiritual or anything. There must be an explanation. I don't have one though. I have a serious problem with my dreams. I can dream about situations that will happen in my future, and this one is the biggest of them. For now, I changed my bedroom around a year ago, while I was starting to meet a girl. Months later, she came for the first time to my house. She sat in my bed, and then everything connects. The situation was just like in one of my dreams for a year back. Blue-dyed hair, she had it pink in the moment I dreamt it. Kinda short, with the same expression in his face, with the same posters on the wall. She already knew about my dreams, but it was shocking even for me. I could probably think of a couple, but I did experience blank sleep one time. After a long day of school, work, and then some late night Family Guy, I finally decide to turn off the TV and get 5-6 hours of sleep before waking up for school. Roll on my side still fully conscious, not yet letting the exhaustion from the day relax me into a slow drift away. Blinked once and when the blink was done it was morning. I was really fully conscious at the time I blinked and there was no time where I was winding down trying to rest my head and closed eyes. I literally just turned off the TV, rolled over, blinked and it was day. I know most people will just say I fell asleep and awoke with no grogginess, but there was definitely something more to it. Something even stranger. I feel like I willed it from my consciousness, not even subconscious. Almost like the idea "is this a possibility?" vaguely popped into my head and I somehow executed it. I have tried a few times to do it again, but have not had any luck. I don't know if I am setting the right conditions. Maybe it had something to do with my level of tiredness. I was significantly tired from the day, but still notably 100% awake and aware, laughing hard at the Family Guy episode. As a teen, I had a good friend of mine lose his father to cancer. They kept his illness within the family, and no one, including myself, knew that he was sick. I had also only met him once, and it was just a brief hello. When I was 15, I dreamed that he died, probably while he was dying. Now that I think about it, it was a vivid and absolutely surreal dream. I could see the whole family gathered around his deathbed. I remember my friend's tears, and I remember him turning to look at me. The next morning I felt compelled to talk to my friend, so I called him fairly early. I immediately asked him if was alright without even thinking. He told me that at 1 a.m. that morning, his father had passed. I did my best to sound surprised and gave him my condolences. I still have not told him about my dream. I don't want him to think I am a freak or something. When I was in 7th grade, my friend had this dog that we swear was a human. She would look at you in such an intense way you just had this feeling that she was going to speak actual human words. She was always with us, never left our sides when I would come over, just hanging out like she was one of the girls. One day my friend and I were just hanging out in her room playing with a softball, and I kid you not, the dog walked right in the middle of the room right through the softball. Both my friend and I watched the dog take a step through the softball like it was a glitch and the softball wasn't supposed to be there at that time, and so the dog just walked through it like a hologram. Kid you not, my friend and I were on either side and watched this dog step through the ball. When I was 9 or 10, we lived about 20 minutes out of town in a sort of rural area. At the time we had a bulldog named Angus, and he would roam around the neighborhood with other dogs of our neighbors. One afternoon I was going upstairs to my room after grabbing something, and the stairs to the bedrooms were to the immediate right of the front door. The front door had 2 vertical rectangular windows on either side, and as I went to go up the stairs, I saw, through the window, my father talking to my mother who had her head in her hands. In the second, I stopped and said quietly to myself, "Angus got hit by a car." I immediately brushed the thought off and went upstairs. Not even 10 minutes later my father called me and my little brother downstairs to tell us that one of our neighbors had found Angus on the side of the road, after having been hit by a car. To this day I've never been able to explain why that was my first thought, as no pets in our family had ever been hit by a car, and it was my first real experience with death. When I was around 5th grade, a new science teacher came to our classroom. She was younger, around late 20s, early 30s. As she was introducing herself, she looked at me and stopped and asked, "Hey, why are you here? Weren't you just in my 10th grade class?" I shook my head and just kept quiet throughout that entire day. If you thought that was the glitch, oh, you're wrong. A few years later I was in 10th grade. I remember a year of 5th grade with this science teacher, and I am talking to my friend. I asked them what they think the teacher was doing now, and they all just looked at me, confused. They ended up explaining to me that our teacher was this old teacher we've had since 4th grade. No one remembers her, except me. I remember how she looked, what she sounds like, the few quizzes she made us take. Yet here I am, trying to find any trace of her through old classmates, friends, and the internet, but there's literally nothing. When I was a teenager, my siblings and I were dragged to church every Sunday. It was nice to escape to the bathroom sometimes for a bit, but there was only 2 bathrooms on the whole lot. It was a small church, so one for men and one for women. There were 3 stalls, 2 normal and 1 handicapped stall. Everyone always chooses the handicapped one because it's the biggest. Usually siblings even fight about getting it. One day in the corner of the wall a ceiling cabinet appeared in the handicapped stall. I was surprised because it definitely wasn't there before. I opened it up, curious what was inside. Just extra toilet paper. I even stood underneath it and lifted my hands up to feel it above my head. Just a white wooden cabinet. I thought nothing of it for a couple of weeks. One day I go into the handicapped stall and the cabinet was completely gone. It seemed odd to me. I only thought, why get rid of it? What will they do with extra toilet paper now? The wall didn't have any marks to even indicate there was ever a cabinet even there at all. I left the bathroom and mentioned it to one of my siblings, but they always used the stall and never saw a cabinet in there. I remembered touching it and opening it up, even standing underneath it. I felt very strange in that moment. Everyone else I asked had never seen a cabinet either. I remember once my brother, mom, and stepdad went out to the forest to take the dogs for a walk. At the time we had 3 dogs, Kaya, Ollie and Biscuit. I was in my room, as I didn't really like the forest. I mainly just got stressed out at the thought of Biscuit running off. She did that a lot, but while they were out, I heard my brother calling Biscuit, like outside. The lake was a good 2-3 miles away, and I was sure I wouldn't be able to hear him from all the way down there. It freaked me out. Since I was home alone, I went downstairs, still hearing him calling Biscuit. I thought they'd come back and Biscuit had chewed her lead or something. I went downstairs into the garden to jump onto the fence and see if they'd be in the car parked next to outhouse, but no one was there. I had stopped hearing the voice since then, but I honestly do not know what that was. I don't know if it was an echo or just me. It did 100% seem like it was coming from in the garden. I asked everyone about it and they said they didn't come back or anything. Super freaky. A few years ago I was moving into my first apartment. It was a small flat composed of a kitchen, living room, 1 bedroom and 1 bathroom. Didn't have much stuff yet. After mounting up some basic furniture and unpacking some boxes, I decided to have a break and make some tea. So I get the boiler, fill it with water and turn it on. Then I grab my mug, black mug with my name written in white on it, in the cupboard and put it next to the boiler. Then I got the tea in that same cupboard, closed the cupboard, tried to put the tea bag in the mug, but found no mug. Like I had just put it next to the boiler and it vanished in the blink of an eye. Thinking I may have missed the grabbing the mug part, I look in the cupboard, no mug. Concerned, I started looking around the kitchen, no mug. I searched the whole flat, no mug. I had to take another mug to drink my tea. Later on I finished unpacking, Double-checked every cupboard, every room, every corner, even the trash can, and still no freaking mug. To this day I still have no idea where it went or how it vanished. TLDR, took a mug to drink tea, looked away tends to get tea, looked back and mug had vanished. Was like 9, at an after-school care thing, and I was a regular there, so I kinda walked in and out of places whenever I wanted, and once this kid was having like a test with a private tutor, and he was correcting his test. I sat in the back, and rattled off A, B, C, D, etc. multiple choice test, and every single answer was right, and I thought I was a psychic for the longest time. Was like 6, and that was the first time I realized that I could be the only player in a universe of NPCs, and ever since then I've had like a slight god complex. I don't know the exact ages, but I used to have scenes in my dreams every so often that would play out, and later when I completely forgot about them they would come up and play again exactly in real life, and at one point I was basically calling what was going to happen either out loud or smirking in my head. I think I found an explanation for this on a Reddit post, but I forgot laughing my butt off. Damn, listing everything out like this makes me feel weird, and I am writing this at 3 AM, so if you don't get it I don't blame you. Okay, I have a few equally weird as Duck Matrix snafus. Buckle in kids, this is going to be a wild ride. 10-year-old me was angrily throwing rocks into a pot. No one around, no possible way for any rock to hit me. I legit threw a rock, watched a portal open, eat the rock, and it hit me in the back of the head. And I know, sure as bear shit in the woods, that it was the exact same ducking rock. 13-year-old me, grilling on the deck at our house with family and friends, having a good time. A wind gust knocks over the grill and the coals spill out and the grease sets the deck on fire. I glitched the Matrix. I ran through 2 walls a la X-Men Kitty Pryde or Avengers Vision style, grabbed the fire extinguisher and went back the same way I came. Everyone saw this and wouldn't shut up about it for a week. I have yet to be able to reproduce this glitch, but I did save our house that day. 15-year-old me, with my father, we driving to a friend's house. It was midsummer and hot as the devil's asshole. No AC in car, so windows were down. Hoping for a breeze, we were stopped at a light, and out of ducking nowhere, a saggy power line springs up, smoothly does an imitation of a guitar string, and settled laser line straight. We both saw it, the trucker next to us saw it, the people on the other side of the intersection looked like they saw it. This wasn't just the normal spike and current wiggle that overused unmaintained power lines do on occasion. This was ducking weird. Most recent is some goddamn SCP level shit. Last week, I was eating in a mall. They had news on the TV. I was watching it, and saw it was the mall I was in. I saw the camera pan and saw myself on the screen, eating and watching. For a good few seconds, I moved. 4-ish seconds later, screen me moves. I turned my head to wave at the cute reporter and her cameraman, and there was ducking no one there. No camera, no reporter, no crew of any description whatsoever. I turned back to the TV. They're still looking in my direction and yakking about the food court. I know how cameras work, and I know if they're using a telephoto lens that distance can be weird. So I shake my head, turn and keep looking. No crew, no drone, no anyone in a red dress, nothing, but I was very obviously on TV. My wife had an affair up to last year. Her affair partner showed up as a friend in my iPhone under the Apple Friends app, so he technically was able to track me without me noticing. But there was no need to track me because I was always 400 miles away. She was adamant that he has no iPhone and that she did not add him on my or her iPhone. We share the same account without my knowledge. He had no chance to get hands on my iPhone. It seems I know almost everything important regarding this affair, so there is no point to lie to me anymore. This still feels like Mayor gaslighting to me, but I still have no idea how or why this happened. Maybe not the strangest, but it happened yesterday, so it's fresh. Having lunch with my work crew at a local sub shop near my office. I ordered a combo that includes soup, so naturally my first instinct once I receive the food is to look for my spoon, but I can't find one on the plate. I move the sandwich and the soup looking for it, and my co-worker across from me says yeah, there's no spoon. So I get up and ask the guys behind the counter for one. Go back and eat the hell out of that jambalaya. About halfway through the meal, as I was chatting it up, I realize my spoon has knocked something down on my plate. I look down and, sure enough, it's another spoon which couldn't be found anywhere just moments before. The guys see the look of confusion on my face and realize I am seeing this magic spoon, and we all had a good chuckle. Added a word. I have 2 things. The first happened when I was in elementary 5th or 6th grade. I lived about a mile away from school, so my neighbor and I would walk home together. We would usually cut through some people's yards in the neighborhood beside ours to avoid the main road, since people fly down that road. One day we decided to keep walking on the main road, and we saw a dog across the road. It had a collar on, looked friendly, etc. The dog was excited to see us, decided to come across the street. As the dog was doing this, a car flies by and hits the dog. We hear the yelp. The tire went over the dog. The truck stops and the driver gets out. We all looked for the dog but couldn't find him. There was blood on the road and everything. If the dog had ran, he had to have a limp or something because a truck had literally just ran him over. The next day we are walking home again, and in the same spot we see the same dog. He runs over to us again, has no marks on him, no injuries, nothing. My neighbor and I just looked at each other. He asked if this was the same dog we saw get ran over, and he was the same dog. We were both freaking out as we had just seen him get ran over the day before, and the huge pool of blood was still in the street. And here is the dog in perfect health and no injuries whatsoever, so we just ignored the dog and kept walking home. We never really spoke about it again. The second thing is brief. It's more I'm wondering if this happens to anyone else too. I get deja vu a lot, but it seems different than how my friends describe it. When I have deja vu, I remember when I dreamt about it. For example, I grew up in a completely different state than where I went to college, so I couldn't have known any of these people. I get intense deja vu at around 21 years old and remember dreaming about it when I was about 8 years old. I don't know how to fully explain it, but it really ducks with me. When I was 6 years old, I answered the landline phone in our house at the time, and it was my grandma. She asked me if my dad was home, and she wanted to talk to him. My grandma is my dad's mother. For whatever reason, I told my dad I think grandpa died. I don't even know what made me say it. The thought just popped up in my mind even at 6 years old. That morbid thought popped in my head. My grandma wasn't crying, and she didn't indicate that at all. I had just blurted out that statement for no reason whatsoever. And sure enough, right after that phone call, I saw my dad weep away in tears, and he told me my grandpa had died. I was stunned, but confused at the same time. To this day, I still get chills thinking about it, and I am 28 years old. I've brought it up to my dad, and he doesn't remember me saying that. As a matter of fact, he said that entire day is basically a blur to him, and he doesn't remember anything at all. We traveled to Wisconsin, Minnesota with family. One day we decided to go to a Twins game with my uncle, and we sat in a pretty good area, good enough to probably get on the big screen at least. And then finally, for a quick moment, I see my dad on screen and freak out like everyone else with us. We see him on the screen waving, and him in real life waving to the same rhythm, both arms crossing over the head kind of wave. The problem, the guy on the screen had a blue shirt and my dad just a few seats away had a white shirt on. Both dudes had different people around them. It's obviously a huge coincidence, but I still can't wrap my head around how dead alike they looked and how they both even managed to wave the exact same way too. Even my dad thought it was him on the screen, since the wave only reinforced that idea. It's crazy. The me in a parallel universe smeared chocolate cake all over me and my water bottle. I am serious. This is hands down the weirdest, most unexplainable thing that has happened to me. I was in a cafe having brunch with my friends. Friend on my left bought a tiramisu cake and placed it on the table to my left before going to get utensils. I was alone at the table at that time, and spaced out for a few seconds before grabbing my water bottle to get a drink. And in the very next second I suddenly had chocolate and cream all over myself. My friends had returned by then, and were just as surprised to see that I had gotten cream on my sweater. Hair and hands, no biggie, right? I probably brushed against the friend who bought the tiramisu cake, though I had zero recollection of that happening. But then I twisted my bottle cap open to drink some water. There was chocolate cream smeared all over the inside of the cap as well. How these happened remains a mystery to this day. I am in the army and we stay in a communal bunk. There's a front door and a back door that leads to a dead-end corridor. No one uses the back door. The next morning, my neighboring mate asked me why I walked in the front door at 12 midnight, looked at him, smiled and walked straight to the back door and out. I was so confused. I was asleep since 10 p.m. beside him and have never sleepwalked before, so I doubt that to be the reason as to why he did not look over to see if I was asleep. I had no idea why. I was on the train once coming back from the cinema. As I left the train, I'd forgotten my handbag inside. I walked about a quarter of the way down the platform before I'd realized my bag was still in the train. For some reason, the train hadn't left yet. It was still at the platform with the doors open when usually it would have left by now. I watched the doors for a second to see if they were going to close, and as they didn't look like they would, I proceeded to run inside, get the handbag and run out again. As soon as I got out, the doors finally closed. I'm an atheist, but this experience and a few others I've had has definitely made me think about things. I don't believe there's a God, but there's something weird out there. This just happened last week. I left work to head to the bank and took a west freeway that I couldn't remember for the life of me if it was right, but I couldn't look up the directions, so I just went with it. About 15 miles deep, I realized it's never taken me that long to get to the bank, and all I was seeing around me was unfamiliar scenery and signs for roads I'd never even heard of. I realized I should have taken the south freeway because that's what I took every other time, and the bank was directly off the freeway, but I just kept driving because it was pointless to turn around. I got off on the exit for the road that the bank would be on about 10 miles east, but when I turned the corner, The bank was right there, same place I'd been every other time, same surrounding businesses, same parking lot, same employees, same everything. That night, I asked my boyfriend which way we'd go to the bank and he said the South Freeway since it's right off the exit. I told him I ended up there with the West Freeway and he was just as confused as me because it's the only branch of that bank in a 30-mile radius. Still not sure what happened, but it was weird as hell. It's a bit fuzzy in my memory, but I remember when I was 5-6-ish, I suddenly woke up in the middle of the night and wandered outside. I lived in a community back then. I shambled through the neighborhood until I entered this random house, which had a party going. I can't remember what I did in the party, but one guy was kind enough to lead me back home to my parents. Don't know how, I just felt this one particular house drew me in. Literally a stranger's who wasn't close to our home. Sometimes I take bus north from a stop where 3 lines combine and go to different sides of the same place. 2 of these lines come from the south, let's call them S1 and S2, and 1 comes from the west, let's call it width. Since the road running south to north goes uphill, I can see about a mile south from the bus stop. I can also see 600 feet or so west. One day, S1 and S2 were nowhere in sight, but width was coming from the west and approaching the light to make the left turn onto the street of the stop I was at. Right before width got to the light, I took my eyes off of width for a few seconds to get my bus fare. The bus pulled into the stop a few seconds later. Before I looked up, I collected myself and boarded. We continued up the street and all seemed fine until we reached at the point where width normally turns and the lines diverge again. I said to the driver something like, when did width start going to point A? And the driver pointed out that this line was S1. TLDR, I got on what I thought was bus line width and it turned out to be bus mine S1, even though S1 had been nowhere in sight, and I am sure it was bus line width I saw about to pull into the stop because they come from different directions. I know I'm 150 days late to this, but I think I have a good one. I am a high schooler. I remember a few days ago my friend, we'll call him Pablo, and I were talking. He says, "Hey, I saw a girl who looked just like you, but when you were in maybe 6th or 7th grade. Note my school has grades 6th 12th in it." I immediately recalled a time when I was in probably about 7th grade and I saw these 2 kids who had a vague appearance to someone I knew, but I just couldn't put my finger on it. These kids looked behind them and looked so confused as if they knew me. I thought they were probably 10th graders, so while I was confused, I didn't pay it much thought. Well, I asked Pablo, "Were you on the blue floor?" Note 2, my school has 3 floors, green, red, and blue, and he nodded. That was the same floor where I saw those older kids a few years ago. I didn't sleep that night. Several years ago I was in the Scouts at scout camp for a week where a good portion of the place was forest. I'd have to say about 3 of the 7 days I suffered from a strange case of deja vu. On those 3 nights I remember playing a card game with some of my troop because we were bored, go fish I think, and out of the blue they'd all suddenly walk off and lights would turn off as I woke up sitting up in my tent. That happened for 3 days of the week, and on the very last night I was going to be there, I had sleepwalked into another troop's tent probably about 40-50 meters away from mine. Barefoot, I apparently ended up in an empty tent full of supplies rather than any of the other troop. It was so dark, I couldn't see my hand in front of me, and I stumbled around a bit trying to get out, pretty scared of what was happening, when the troop leader walked up to the tent with a flashlight to see what was going on. I think this was around the same time I was going through some sort of stress-related breakdown for a few months. Things I suppose could be attributed towards mild psychosis in a few cases. I never went to another scout camp trip again, because it just spooked me a bit too much on the second time. I live with other 2 girls. The place is small, a kitchen with stove and dining table, a bathroom and 2 bedrooms, one with a single bed and the other with 2 beds. I share a room with this girl who has the habit to stay up late at night, like until 4 a.m. or even stay up all night watching things on her computer. One morning I woke up and didn't saw her in her bed. I looked at the alarm clock next to my bed and it was around 6 a.m. I heard noises from the kitchen like rattling of pans, fork or knife, stove being turned on etc, so I thought she was there probably having breakfast. Since it was too early for me I kept sleeping. I woke up again at 9 a.m. and decided to get up and eat breakfast. I found my roommate having it and I was like, WTH, she took breakfast for like 3 hours. But in the end I didn't pay too much attention to it. And here's when the Matrix glitch occurred. Later that day I spoke to the girl in the single room. She said my roommate wasn't there in the kitchen when she got up around 8 p.m. so she assumed she was in her bed still asleep. Now, I have a very light sleep and I hear everything and everything wakes me up. If she had come back in bed I would have heard her for sure. Also, as I said, the place is really small, no sofa or TV. Where the heck did she go for 3 hours at early morning? What did she do? My dad told me this and to this day I don't believe him. My dad's job requires him to travel very frequently and ends up in airports all the time. One time, when he was late to a meeting and he was rushing to get out of the airport in time, his ride was by one of our family friends who lived in the city. His friend called and told him to look for a black sedan of a certain brand. Once my dad was out of security, he bustled into the pickup area and without looking, got into a random black sedan of said brand. What he didn't expect was to see my mom's cousin sitting in the driver's seat without a clue that my dad was in town. Both of them had absolutely no clue that each other was there. In that airport, this particular area had many at that exact time. To this day they talk about it during family gatherings. Every year at my school we have a health fair to promote good health and drugs are bad. Different companies come in and talk about what they do and their mission to help with adolescent health. There are two parts to the fair, one inside in the school gym which contained the vendors and then one part in the parking lot which had a little bike car that you can drive around simulating being drunk. I walk inside from participating in that activity and on my way in I see my friend walking the other way. I say to him, "Hi AJ, are you going to drive around?" He answers, "Yep." We walk away from each other and when I get inside I walk over to this vendor that looks interesting. It's cup stacking with drunk goggles on. I get closer to it and look at the people participating in the activity. To my surprise, sitting in one of the chairs was AJ. I couldn't believe it. A second later, after he finishes I ask him, "Didn't you just walk outside?" To which he responds, "No, I've been here for 5 minutes." I told him I could have sworn that I just had a conversation with him. Nothing was changed about him. Same clothes, same shoes, and it was the first time I had seen him the whole day, so I had nothing else to compare it to. My mind was blown. Don't do drugs. I am lost for words. I was about 9 or 10 and one day me and my little brother went to a free judo lesson. We invited also other two friends and my mom accompanied us to the place. While my mom was watching us we started to follow the lesson and try some moves. I was doing some moves with my brother and being older and bigger than him it was easy for me to make him fall like I was supposed to. We were having fun and also talking with our friends. When at some point I try to make my brother fall placing a feet behind him and pushing him to the ground with my hands, but as he lost balance and started to fall he tried to move to the side and I don't know how he started spinning. He was supposed to fall to the ground after the spin but instead ended up staying in mid-air still spinning, like a spinning top lol, and he was moving fast too. I watched him and started laughing because that was funny even though a little strange. I call for my friend to watch the scene, because my brother isn't stopping, and I notice my friend and everyone in the room is frozen, like they were doing the judo moves but weren't moving at all. It lasted some other seconds. My brother was the only thing moving. Then it stopped as soon as my brother finally touched the ground. Me and him watched each other with a confused expression and then I asked my friends and my mom if they have seen anything. No one seems to have noticed anything. It's still something I can't explain and sometimes me and my brother mention this. He just remembers, from his point of view, seeing everything blurry and feeling his body spin. We have told this story to other people but I don't think they believe us. I remember 3 years ago, I attempted suicide late at night. I was in high school in the dorms, and my two girl roommates were in a deep sleep. I had worked late and they went to sleep before me so I had planned to go to sleep a bit, then wake up and without them noticing and jump out the window. I was on the verge of doing it, but I couldn't resolve myself to do so, so I returned inside and went to sleep. I had at that time a best friend whose I told everything, almost, and we were really close. She became my now ex-GF. At that time I was really believing that characters in my head were real, that they were my personal protectors, and so really believed in spirituality. So when this morning she texted me she had a bad dream, I asked her to tell me about it. She said that the same night, a voice in her dream told her to not trust the one who sleeps, and that she had woken up in tears. I never told her what I tried to do this night, but it specifically punched me in the chest really hard. Never knew more, but it felt like she knew what happened that night. P.S. I tried to commit suicide the next year but survived a terrible fall from the 4th floor and have now nothing but a big scar on my back to remind this. I am now healthy and loving my life. Maybe there is a shiny star that would keep me safe in my life. My experience happened back when I was in the 8th grade. We were watching Island of the Blue Dolphins in class to compare it to the book and see how they changed it to work as a film. Keep in mind, I had never seen the movie before, and had only ever read the book once before in Spanish, and this class was the first time I was going over it in English. The movie had to be split up over 2 class periods, and so we had to pick it up halfway through the next day, where the teacher would fast forward to where we had left off. We get to class the second day and the teacher starts the movie up, except we have already seen this part the previous day. I figure it's a mistake on her part, only to come to the realization that nobody else seems to notice we're at the wrong part. There's no glancing around or murmuring that normally happens when the teacher makes a mistake like like this. I look around and suddenly remember what I had thought to be a weird dream I'd had 6 months ago, where I was in this same classroom watching this same movie in the same seat with these same people. I had never been in this classroom until that year, and we had only just started the year 3-4 months prior. We had also just had a new seating arrangement, and I had never watched this movie before, but for the next 20 minutes, I knew exactly what the movie was going to look like and what the characters would do and what shots the camera would pan to. I've had other dreams like that turned out to be real, but that was the longest and most vivid of them that I genuinely can't brush off as simple deja vu.
I used to have a pet turtle when I was younger. One morning I woke up and was walking to my kitchen when there was my turtle crawling on the floor. I picked him up and looked in his aquarium and my turtle was still there. My parents didn't buy me another turtle and we have no idea where it came from. I borrowed a pair of Apple earbuds from one of my friends. I usually keep earbuds in my pockets, and one day after being home all day I pulled a second pair of identical headphones out of my pocket. It has happened twice now. I have 2 pairs of Apple earbuds and I gave the other pair back to my friend. I would assume I just grabbed another pair by mistake, but I don't get out much and no one in my family owns any Apple products. Not sure if this counts as glitch in the Matrix, but when I was young, I was sitting watching TV when I heard a few loud bangs as if someone fell down the stairs. I ran out to see, but there was nothing there. Just as I went back to sit down, my brother fell down the stairs. Seems like the audio is just out of sync with the picture. I was trying to sleep late at night and the t-shirt that I was wearing was getting itchy. So I took my shirt off while still in bed and threw it from the top bunk of my bunk bed. I heard it drop to the floor, but I kept on hearing it drop to the ground over and over again, and this went on for a while. I was wide awake and I knew I wasn't hearing crap. Still confused about it, but I never seemed to mention it till today. Took off my glasses because something made me laugh so hard I cried. Went to bathroom, washed face, came back, glasses gone. 2 weeks pass, I have new glasses. Got home from a friend's house, take off shoes, call from friend less than 5 minutes later, forgot something at his house. Go to put on shoes, missing glasses folded perfectly, sitting on top of my shoes. So calculatedly evenly split between both shoes it looked like an art display. For the longest time in my life, when I would hear random noises that were out of this world, sometimes it was static or explosions. I found out later that I have a disorder known as exploding head disorder. It's basically your brain glitching when transitioning into sleep. Scared the crap out of me before I found out. Several years ago I stopped to get gas on my way to meeting my GF at the time for dinner. This was a little before smartphones started coming out, so all I had was a silver flip phone. Getting out of the car I managed to drop it on the ground and then kick it right as a car drove by. It was run over and shot out from under the car's tire across the gas station lot. I found it all scratched up. It wasn't smashed, but wouldn't turn on. I spent most of the dinner annoyed because I was semi-broke and didn't want to have to pay for a new phone. When we got back to our apartment, the first thing I saw walking in was my silver flip phone sitting on the kitchen counter. Somehow I managed to hallucinate dropping and then kicking my phone. Watch it get shot across the lot, and then finding an exact duplicate of it. The antenna on the top even had the same bite marks from where my cat had tried to eat it. Or else my phone spontaneously cloned and teleported itself onto my kitchen counter. Replacing damaged cell phones is standard NSA practice when it comes to wiretapped individuals. Every morning on my way to work I'd go through a shopping mall. On a bench in the mall there would sit an elderly man appearing to wait for someone. The guy was fairly anonymous but always had some small flair that made him look like he was trying to be hip but not really making it. A golfer's cap, a vest, logger boots, etc. Every morning when I walked by I noticed him and always wondered who he was waiting for. For 4 years as I walked by I never saw him actually meeting someone. I get a new job and start work in another part of town. 3 days in, when I walk from the subway towards work, the same guy is sitting on a bench waiting for someone. It's you from the future trying to get you to start a new trend, obviously. I share my name with my great-grandfather on my father's side. I never met him, he died 20 years before I was born. He was apparently 6 feet tall, eccentric, obsessed with intellectual pursuits, but was so prone to getting lost in thought that he would forget to do important things. The rest of the entire family is fairly short. My father is otherwise the tallest at 5 feet 8, very straight-laced, conservative, blue collar. Then there's me, apparently the second coming of my great grandfather, height, tendencies, personality, general appearance and all. A week before I got married, my brother was going through old records and discovered my great grandfather's wife, who no living family member ever met. She died young in the 1930s, had the same name as my wife's. Am I just reused content? Creepy. You're a post. I was 12, was spending the day at an amusement park with a neighbor and one of his classmates. I'd never met the classmate before, but he was a cool guy and we're all chilling, going on roller coasters, spending money on the stupid ring toss game and not winning anything. And then we're going to go grab food, and he was about to go grab some chocolate bar and I went, dude, you're allergic to peanuts, because he was about to eat something with peanuts in it. I'd never met the guy before. My friends never talked about him before, but not only did I have the feeling that this guy was allergic to peanuts, I turned out to be accurate. He was like, dang, how did you know? And we agreed that there was no real explanation. Life is just weird sometimes, and went back to riding roller coasters. Never saw that guy again. Something vaguely close to that happened to me at work. I was on break with a co-worker who I've known for about 6 months, so well enough to at least known her name. I try to ask her something, space out, and call her Avery. Avery is the main character of a book she is writing. She hasn't mentioned the name to anyone. That was the only time I have ever gotten her name wrong. I once threw a light bulb into an empty trash bin from a few feet away, but I didn't hear it land at the bottom of the bin. I immediately decided to pick it up to take note of what type of bulb that was so I could replace it, but it was gone. Totally disappeared. My roommate witnessed this too, and we never found it, even as we were moving out at the end of the semester. When I was about 15, I remember having a dream, but all it was black and talking. I remember hearing my mom saying, "It's almost done, you're doing great, it's gone," but I didn't think anything of it. About 3 months later, my earrings got embedded inside my ears and I had to go to hospital to get them cut out. While there, they sprayed freeze spray onto my ear. The spray went into my ear and obviously touched my eardrum, knocking me out, but I could still hear things. While out, all I saw was black, and my mom said the exact same things to me that I heard in my dream a few months before. No one believes me, but it was crazy. Similar thing happens to me every 4 or 5 months. I just chalk it up as deja vu. I occasionally get flashes or visions of things that happen again later. Recently, having a specific conversation at work. This was not a normal or routine conversation like did we get any mail. It was an unusual circumstance that led up to it, so I knew how it was going to go down, and it did exactly that way. On the creepy end of the spectrum, I saw myself at a friend's funeral while he was still alive. He died unexpectedly a few weeks later. I knew that a client of mine would die within a year, and he did. At the time he appeared perfectly healthy, but within the year he was diagnosed with cancer and passed away. I know that one cloudy morning, I will get a call in my car that my stepfather has passed away. He is in his 70s and suffers Parkinson's, so this one isn't that paranormal, I don't think. The creepiest one has yet to be fulfilled, and that is an image I have of a blue pickup truck on the wrong side of the road coming straight at me. If I do die in a car crash and it's with a blue pickup, can someone please post it so I get posthumous karma? Sat down with food on a stick, closed my eyes, opened them 3 hours later, still at my PC, food entirely missing. I guess I blacked out, but I have no idea why I would do that. You were abducted by aliens, that accounts for the missing time. Chances are they ate your food and used the stick to probe you. As a kid, at a really young age, I used to have incredibly realistic dreams of things that hadn't happened yet. To clarify, I had weird dreams of completely mundane things generally, and then they would happen shortly after, usually within a couple days. For this reason, it became hard to differentiate between dream and reality. As a result, I spent years believing my brother had stabbed me in the back with a butter knife, but it, from what my parents tell me, never happened. I guess it was just one of the dreams. It's so weird though, because it was just so real. The memory of being stabbed is stronger than most memories, and every so often, this spot on my back, right where I had dreamed I was stabbed, well, it tingles. He's thinking of you. I watched a little boy run up and kick a soccer ball. Then everything stopped for the slightest of milliseconds, and I watched him run up and kick the ball again. I saw the exact same moment happen twice. It was like time skipped like a needle on a record, but I was unaffected. I didn't move, but I wasn't frozen and then replayed like everyone else. I was an observer with full control over my body. I've never experienced anything similar ever again. It was so clear. I still have the frozen moment in my mind perfectly. I started panicking immediately after it happened to anyone near me. I had to sit down. It felt so incredibly real, even if it was just a hallucination. What did everyone do for that second? There were no other glitches, no clicks forward, so I had an extra second that nobody else did. I watched one moment twice. Am I a second older than the rest of the world? Did I travel back 1 second in time? Did something unimaginable happen to me in an alternate universe? Did I have a mini stroke? Who knows? I don't know if this can be classified as a glitch, and I have a feeling this might be common for a few other people, but here goes. Since I was young, off and on, I've experienced what is apparently called depersonalization. The very first time, I was young, probably 6 or 7 years old. I remember clearly it was a very sunny day, and I was walking somewhere holding my mother's hand. It was the first time I'd been allowed to wear sandals instead of shoes. Where I lived there was a lot of broken glass on the pavements. We were waiting to cross a road and it happened. This sense of complete alienation from myself. I was not me. This body wasn't mine. I was just occupying it and I was something more. It was a very strange experience. It's happened probably 2 or 3 times since then. Just a feeling that I am unfamiliar with my own self, a stranger. It's also happened once with my brother, who I'm very close to. That day I looked at him and a feeling of who is this? Just a strange person who I call my brother. It lasts just a few seconds and is quite eerie. It's the familiarity you have about yourself and others, I suppose. The attachment disappears for a few seconds. Would be very interested to see if anyone else has experienced this. More commonly I think it happens with words. It loses its meaning and appears strange or foreign, which I've also experienced. I get this every now and then, more so with other people. Sometimes I look at friends, family or my girlfriend and have that detached feeling for a few seconds. It's happened once or twice with myself as well. Like for a second I don't know who I am. Weird. When I was 10, I was homeless-ish and lived in an 8-foot camper. My bedroom was the top bunk thing. I'm laying there and my jeans were annoying me, as they were next to my head, so I flung them towards my feet. They flew back at me immediately and went back where they were originally. This happened 2 times in a row. I have no idea why they would move on their own. This still creeps me out. Maybe you accidentally threw them up in the air instead of at your feet. One night, when I was about 18, I guess I was out for a drink with a friend. Just had 1 or 2 beers, not much. I went back home and I felt allsy pretty quickly watching Skins. Lights on. Around 2 or 3 AM I woke up in a heartbeat, like if I just had a nightmare but not remembering anything about that. I notice the lights are on and a second after, all my room goes dark. I feel pretty stressed out at this point, so I get out of my bed to put the lights on again, wondering how this happened. At this moment I start to feel a pain in my hand, and when I finally put the lights on, I take a look and I'm seriously bleeding from my hand. No idea how that happened again. Went out of the house, smoked a cig and went back to sleep. Never had any explanation. El Diablo has your soul now, son. I was a kid and my mom and I were outside taking pictures of old cars to sell in the backwoods area of our yard. All of a sudden my mom hears rustling in the bush and she tells me to run. I had flip-flops on, so I kicked them off and booked it. Behind me, I didn't hear my mom, but I heard like a rusty clanking sound, like something jumped on the cars. While running, I didn't see my mom. I got into the house, panicked, and there my mom was, sitting at the table reading the paper. What the heck? Whatever is now pretending to be your mom, that's not your mom. I used to live and work at Esbrook. I had been struggling with depression for quite a while, and one day as I was crossing some sand dunes with groceries, I began to feel like I'd had enough. I wanted out and I figured I'd do it when I got home. It was at this point that I noticed something pretty big coming towards me. I looked up to see what it was but didn't see or hear anything unusual. Nevertheless, I sensed that whatever it was expanded even larger and larger as it grew nearer, and I felt my whole body begin to vibrate. It was like being in a really heavy storm or something, because this thing was immense and powerful. At first I thought I was in the way and was going to be annihilated, but somehow realized that this whatever it was going to pass me. I then had an extremely strong feeling that it had noticed me and briefly glanced in my direction. A feeling of overwhelming love and compassion, with a hint of teasing humor, like I was some silly little kid, washed over me and a word boomed in my head. Breathe. So I did. I breathed in as deep as I could and felt months and months of sadness and loneliness and self-loathing simply and immediately replaced with a pure feeling of joy. I was weightless. I was happy. Nothing else mattered. And as I stood there, the whatever it was strode past me on its way to something I somehow knew was really important, leaving me with tears streaming down my face and all my groceries spilled in the sand. Amazing. You're not the only one who's had something like that happen, right at the peak of their depression. But that is a beautiful experience. Whether or not it was a tangible thing matters not, because either your brain saved you, or something did. About a year ago my mom and I were in the first parking space area of a small shopping mall. She was getting things ready for the store and I was waiting. The space in front of us was parked a large white SUV. I can't explain why, but I had the urge to study the SUV when I usually don't even pay attention. The family that owned the SUV came out and it was a father, infant in a carrier and a little girl. The little girl stared at us the whole time her father was getting her in the car. She had this huge oversized bow in her hair and a side ponytail and just kept staring. Even as they walked to the driver's side she didn't take her eyes off of us. The father packed her up. My mom also stared at her. It was so strange. We went into the store right after the whole family was in the SUV. When we went to open the door the same family came out. Odd little girl. Father, baby and father was still holding shopping bags. My mom and I looked at each other in horror because it took him 5 minutes to pack his kids in that SUV. How could he get out and run into the store in the few seconds it took us to walk to the sidewalk in front of the store? We weren't the only ones who saw it. A worker from the food place next to the store saw it and we all exchanged looks of horror. I have no idea what this was, but I can tell you that very few people have believed me and my mom. What if the little girl was staring at you and your mom on the way to the SUV because she saw you two at the entrance of the store before? My mum used to work during the day and leave me home alone when I was around 12 or 13 and too old for daycare. She would ring the home phone periodically throughout the day and make sure everything was alright. One day I'm home alone and the phone rings. I pick it up. It's mum. We have a short, succinct conversation that's basically everything going alright, yeah, okay, don't answer the door if anyone knocks, etc, etc. Very normal conversation. It ends. I hang up and go about my day. Not even 15 minutes later the phone rings again. I pick up and it's mum again. We exchange hellos and I jokingly say, must be a slow day, you literally just rang me. And mum goes very quiet for a minute and then says, I haven't called you today. My blood went cold, and to this day I still don't know who called me. We came up with a secret password after that. When I was 14 or so I went to sleep at my typical time and woke up 2 days later in the morning. I went downstairs panicking and asking if my family knew I had been sleeping for 2 days and what had happened. The question was ignored and they told me to sit down and have some breakfast. That happened to me too. Although I was like 7 years old. Went to bed normally on a Tuesday, woke up just before noon on Thursday. The only person in the house who acknowledged it whatsoever was my brother. I had a dream about marrying my husband before I even knew he existed. Even in my dream I was asking people who this person was, and when I actually met him I had to refrain from freaking out. He is literally the man of your dreams. I had this crazy vivid dream in 7th grade. I dreamed that there was a white cargo van parked outside my house. A man got out, walked to my house, broke in, then went to my brother's room and killed him. I woke up freaked out. It was 3 AM. I couldn't sleep and went into the kitchen. Turned the light on and a few seconds later the headlights on a white cargo van outside flipped on and it sped away. A little late to the party, but going to share anyway. So, I have one nice suit. I have a total of 3 or so, but most of them are 6-10 years old, a few stains, and don't quite fit right anymore. I got a new one 2 years ago, and the thing fits me freaking great. I look sharp. After my dad's funeral, I took it to get it dry cleaned at the same dry cleaner I've been to for the last 15 years, a half a mile down the street from my house, but couldn't really remember picking it up. It wasn't on my mind, as I hadn't needed it for anything. About a year later I had a funeral to go to and I could not for the life of me find my freaking suit. I took every piece of clothing out of my closet, one by one. I meticulously scoured every surface in there trying to find this suit, and it's nowhere to be found. I go check all of the other closets in my house and the coat closet in the front hall. I mean, I tore this house apart. Checked my closet multiple times. Freaking nothing. This suit is not in my house. I'm like, alright, maybe I just forgot to pick it up from the dry cleaner. Long shot, but I might as well go ask. So I head to the dry cleaner, and I ask, hey, long shot, as it would have been over a year ago, but is there any chance I might have left a suit here I forgot to pick up? She tells me that she can look up my name and phone number, and after receiving both, she tells me I've never been a customer there. I'm like, what do you mean I've never been a customer here? I know it's been a year or so, but this is literally the only dry cleaner I've ever been to. I live a half a mile down the street. I've been coming here since I moved here 15 years ago. My parents both came here. My sister comes here. There can't be no one in the system with my last name. I ask if owners or systems have changed recently, and she says no, that they've been the same for the last decade, and if I have ever been a customer here it would be in the system. I give her my last name again, parents' numbers, etc. and nothing. No one in my family is listed as ever having dry cleaning done there before. At this point she's looking at me like I'm insane as I'm standing there trying to understand why and what the frick happened to my suit then. I leave and go home, ready to throw in the towel and pick something else to wear. I walk into my closet, and my suit is sitting right there in the middle of the rack in my closet with a tag on it from the dry cleaner that just told me I had never been there. Dog, you need to take that tag into that dry cleaners and ask them what's wrong with their computers. I was watching TV when I was about 11 when I had this sudden compulsion to turn off all the lights in the house. I literally jumped up and ran from room to room. When I got to my bedroom on another floor, I saw that my net curtain had blown over my desk lamp and was smoking. It caught fire the second I got to it. I managed to put it out just in time. I only vaguely remember the incident, but one night, very late, both of my grandparents were woken up by a loud sound. My grandmother swore it was a shotgun. My grandpap said it was a car backfiring since there was no one nearby who would be shooting. We lived pretty much far from anyone, but near a highway. They bickered over it a bit, then went back to bed. About 15 minutes or so later the phone rang. It was my aunt. Her husband had been shot with a shotgun by a neighbor just 20 minutes before. The thing is, they live 7 states away. Okay, I have this memory and no one will believe me, but here we go. When I was probably 10 or 11, my mom was harping on me for not doing my chores. She was downstairs with me and I stormed upstairs to avoid her. When I got upstairs she was in the kitchen, doing dishes. There are no other ways to the second floor. She smiled and I almost shat myself. Walking with my daughter on a side street in the French Quarter in New Orleans late at night, back to the hotel, we hear a drunk couple giggling and walking quickly behind us, obviously getting ready to overtake us. So we step aside to let them pass, only to turn around and find that no one's there. There were no side streets or alleys until further up the block, just shutter doors with steps going up to them. Dude, the acoustics in New Orleans is super weird, especially the French Quarter. When I traveled there I could literally hear muddled conversations and music blocks away near the St. Louis Cathedral. I was working with a friend on building some shelves in a cubby hole in his garage. He had 2 planks, each of which he was going to cut in half, to make shelves. He cut one in half, brought it into the garage, then we decided to make lunch. Came back out and there were no cut shelves, just 2 whole planks. When I was younger my parents took me to see the Polar Express. It was a great movie. In the early summer morning I thanked her again for taking us to the movies. She had no idea what I was talking about. Later in the year around Christmas, we went to the movies. I sat in horror as I watched the Polar Express the opening week and knew exactly what was going to happen. My mom has some friends that I've known my whole life. They're her age. Mom was single, so they used to babysit me sometimes. I went over to their apartment for Halloween when I was 4 and they took me trick-or-treating around their apartment complex. Fast forward 27 years. I'm married to a girl I met in college, who had been born in the city I was raised in but almost immediately moved away, was less than a year old. She lived in other parts of our large metro, DFW, and the LA area growing up. She's heard my mom and I mention these family friends occasionally but never met them. Wife and I throw a Christmas party to celebrate our new house. My mom asks if she can invite said friends, so I said of course. They arrive and we get to chatting. They ask about my wife's unusual maiden name and if she knew people who have the same first names as her parents. These family friends of ours were her parents' neighbors, as in share a wall, literally the only other door on the second floor of the same building. At the time my now wife was born. I'm 3 years, 9 months older than my wife. Our family friends' neighbors had an 8-month-old infant when I went trick-or-treating at their house. I met my future wife as an infant out of total happenstance before not meeting her for another 18 plus years. I once got into a weird, it's complicated thing with a girl who later turned out to have been born the same day, in the same hospital, and our mothers shared their hospital room with us for the first few days of our lives. She literally was the first girl I ever met. It's kind of a pity that never went anywhere. I was once walking in a park at night when I saw something green shoot up into the sky, like a firework, but it didn't burst. It temporarily lit up the sky and then it got dark again as the flash faded. Moments later I heard a very loud sound like a transformer having power go through it, and the next time I blinked it was bright and in the middle of the day. Not sure where the lost time went, and I didn't feel tired or anything. Unfortunately I didn't have any obligations like work or anything, so I really have no idea of knowing. Abducted by aliens. I used to get freaked out by the same customers coming in and getting the same products several times a day. Then I remembered I work in a liquor store and all my regulars are alcoholics. So I'm a glitch in your matrix. I had a dream of my ex-girlfriend before I met her. Red hair, hazel eyes, standing at the corner of where 3 streets meet. She was holding a purple luggage bag and crying. Turns out, 2 years later, that was where we'd be when we broke up. Funny enough, several years later, I now live at the apartment building where that corner is. I smoke in the back lane to avoid looking at it. 2. I experienced something like this. It was the first time I tried acid and I vividly remember hallucinating a girl and that I'd meet her on November 27 later this year. Let's see if it happens. One night, I was startled half to death by the sound of a train horn outside my window. I was not living anywhere near any sort of railway, and nobody else in my household had heard it. When I was a kid, my family came upon the aftermath of a horrific car accident. Traffic was backed up and we slowly crept by while my parents tried, and failed, to distract us kids from the carnage. Later that night, the accident was on the news. Small town, not much else to report. They showed the accident scene and all 4 of us gasped, shouted at the same time, those aren't the same cars. Everything else about the accident scene was identical, but the makes, models, colors of the cars were completely different from what all 4 of us remembered. We consulted amongst ourselves and we all remembered the same thing, but the image on the screen was totally different. We talked about that for months. Either this is a pretty serious glitch, or the news station ran the wrong B-roll clip. I was having a dream where I was singing. I woke up very suddenly from it, and then I heard some super loud screaming. It went on for a few seconds and it was enough time for me to shoot up and still hear it for a few seconds. I wasn't alone in the house, and after the screaming stopped it was dead quiet. No one else heard anything. Screwed up REM can cause auditory hallucinations as you fall asleep and wake up. I've had it before while working overnights, not fun. I remember a time when I was about 9 or 10 and I was riding in a work truck with my father. He suddenly got a call on his phone, and when answered it, it went straight to speaker and a deep distorted voice started yelling at us to Get the frick out of the truck or I'll fricking murder you. The wordiest part was that my dad didn't even react, just grabbed the phone and ended the call. Dad like this crap again and puts his handgun off safety. Bit late as usual, but I thought I might tell mine. Obviously I don't remember this, but when I was around 2 or 3, my great aunt and grandmother had just returned from Scotland and the family was invited to watch the projection slideshow, showing my age, at my grandparents'. At my age I wasn't very interested until there was a picture of a large pond lake with some ducks. I piped up, "I know that place, of course." Everyone said that's not possible, it's on the other side of the world. I then proceeded to get cranky and say, "I used to live there with my mummy with the white hair," then something about my horsey and that I lived in the castle up the hill from the pond. Sure enough, the next slide was of the lake with some ruins further up the hill. My auntie apparently freaked out, turned the projector off and would watch the rest. I have a very vivid memory of a very tall, thin, elderly African American man sitting in a wide green armchair. This man has glasses, wearing a button-down shirt and dressed slacks. I described this man to my parents one day around the age of 5-7 years old. Gave as much detail as I could, and my mom goes down to the basement. She comes back with a single photo and shows it to me. It's exactly who I described. Same man, same chair. The man is my great-grandfather. He died in 1977. I was born in 1991. Maybe you saw the picture when you were a small child and the memory stuck for some reason. When my friend gave a nodding "what's up" to my dog and the dog did the same thing back. Amazing. That's not a glitch, that's a feature. Me and my friend were at a Chinese restaurant, and we ordered a General Tso chicken dinner and a shrimp lo mein dish. When we sat down, we took out both boxes and set them on the table about 2 feet apart. My friend opens the first box and we see a shrimp lo mein dish. It has all the things in there: noodles, shrimp, fried rice. He closes the box and opens the other box. Inside that box is another shrimp lo mein dish. Shrimp, noodles, fried rice. Oh, I think they must have mixed the order. I was just about to say this when my friend says out loud, "Looks like they made a mistake and gave us 2," as he opens up the first box again. Inside of it is a General Tso chicken dinner order. General Tso chicken, white rice, and an egg roll. He froze and looked at me. I looked back at him, and we sat in silence. It took us 5 or so minutes to collect ourselves. I have no idea what the frick happened. These are my favorites. The slightly off, everyday glitches. Not creepy, but so vivid and distinct that I still think about it years later. I had a, subjectively, long, involved dream where I was a vendor in a fish market. I remember getting up early, dressing, doing a whole morning routine, going to get tea, heading out to the docks, buying fish, loading them in a cart and going to get ice, then haggling for ice, buying some less fresh fish while I was at it, then going to a market to my stall, setting up and selling fish all day. It was so real. I talked to friends, smoked nasty cigarettes, haggled customers, ate lunch, had tea and just lived through the day. At the end of the day, I cleaned up, counted my cash, paid the stall rent, went home, cooked some of the fish I hadn't sold, sling with some veggies and rice that I'd traded for. I drank more tea, relaxed for a while, then drew a hot bath, soaked and smoked some more cigs, then went to bed. The next morning, I woke up refreshed, ready to go down to the docks to buy fresh catch, except I was in my house, next to my wife, truck parked outside, and it was Saturday, no work. My wife and I were getting geared up to go skiing in Oregon and the car was already packed. Weird thing was, in the dream, I was single, and a smoker. I'm not. And the whole long dream had been in fluent Chinese. The effortless kind of fluency that only comes from a lifetime of speaking it. Oh, and I had been Chinese. I'm a big, hairy white dude, somewhat fluent in Spanish, and I know a little bit of Russian. But I've never. It was just weird. I've never worked in a fish market. I wonder who I was. I wonder what that was. Meanwhile in China, a Chinese fish vendor woke up after having a dream about him being a big, hairy white dude with a wife and a truck hat. I knew my uncle had died. My mom had called me and told me the news. It was very sad. She told me in the middle of work and I told one of my co-workers. He expressed his condolences on my loss. A couple weeks later, my sister mentioned my aunt and uncle doing something. I said, but he's dead. And my sister said no, he wasn't. I called my mom. No, he wasn't dead. To this day I'm still not sure how much of it my brain imagined and how much was real. Did I really talk to my co-worker? Was I even on the phone with my mom at all that day? It still freaks me out knowing that my mind could fabricate so complete and real a memory like that. I've had a couple of dreams which have been so vivid, I swore they were real. It might be this. This happened to my dad, so it's not exactly a personal story. Anyway, my dad was driving down a long lonely highway in Ohio doing about 90 in his Z28 with a radar detector. Rolling hills and whatnot meant that cops could hide at the bottom before you could see them and slow down. So, all of a sudden, his radar detector starts blaring and he slams on the brakes. Right over the hill, there's a squad car running radar. He's super relieved, but when he looks at the detector, it's not even on the windshield. It was unplugged and in the glove compartment. What the frig? Posted this in a previous sub a while back, but I'll post it again as it fits here too. I had just turned 22 and my parents had sold their house and purchased a place out in the country. On the property there was a big shed not far from the house that I decided to turn into my place. Now I felt kind of uncomfortable in the shed sometimes, but my dog kept me company so it wasn't so bad. Anyway, I had been in there maybe 2 weeks and one night I'm on the computer. My dog asleep at my feet and I need to pee, so I get up and go outside to pee. It's a beautiful clear night and the stars were incredible. Next thing I hear the shed door slam behind me. I turn immediately and try to open it, but it won't budge. Now from inside the shed I can hear my dog start to growl. Quietly at first, then louder. Now he's barking and I'm panicking trying to get the door open. I must mention that I'm 6'5" and well built, play sports etc, but even ramming my full weight into the door won't open it, and I'm really panicking now as my dog's barks turned into whines, then whimpering, then silence, and with all my might I slam into the door and it flies open. The light is off inside now and it's pitch black. It won't turn back on and I'm in complete darkness. Can't see my dog anywhere and I stumble around trying to find a torch. Finally I find it and pick it up and turn on my torch, and I wasn't prepared for what I'd see next. My dog had literally squashed itself into the furthest, darkest corner of the room, eyes closed, and is shaking violently. I immediately moved towards him, and as soon as I got within reach of him, he leapt at me into my arms and wouldn't move. I picked him up and I swear I've never ran so fast in my goddamn life. I never stepped foot in that shed ever again, and my dog wouldn't even go near that part of the property. I don't know what happened in that shed that night, but I'll never forget it. This isn't a glitch in the Matrix. This is a straight up demonic story. Holy crap. I was sitting in my car with just my dad and I distinctly heard my sister, who was at home, say, "Are you guys almost home?" I'm scared in a very specific, concerned tone of voice. 2 seconds later, my dad's phone rings. Guess who's on the line? My sister. She said, "Are you guys almost home?" I'm scared in the same concerned tone of voice. I was pretty freaked out. Something like this happened to me too. I was in the basement with my girlfriend and had a vision of my sister coming down and asking me for the phone. In doing so, she caught me getting a little too snuggly with my GF. After this little vision, I instantly jumped up, grabbed my phone and ran to the stairs, and there was my sister, just about to come and ask me for the house phone. I was catching a SkyTrain in one particular city about 15 minutes from where I get off. While I wait, there is a woman with glazed eyes asking people for money. She came up to me, stopped briefly, and asked, "Excuse me, could you spare some money? My brother is in the hospital and I'd like some money to buy him some flowers." That's rich, I thought. Drug addicts are getting more and more obvious with their lives. Here's $5. Gave it to her without even looking her in the face, convinced of her intentions. Anyways, my train pulls up and I get on. I look through the glass at her walking around asking others for money as the train pulls away. The train arrives at the station 15 minutes later, and I walk down and out to the bus stop. There is only one bus the direction I'm going, and just my luck, it is there waiting when I get off the train. So on the bus I hop and wait for the bus driver to finish reading his paper before the doors close and we embark down the highway. About 5-10 minutes traveling, the driver pulls over for a routine stop. The doors open, and to my complete astonishment the woman from the SkyTrain walks into the bus, a dozen roses in hand. She looks me right in the eyes as she walks past to take her seat. How in the blue heck did she get there? I took the train before her. I watched her at the train stop from inside as we pulled away. I went over a river. I caught the first and only bus going this particular direction. And not only did she beat me there, she had time to go to a store and buy a dozen roses. To this day I have no idea how this happened. You met God and passed the test. When I was a teenager I had 2 really intense dreams one night. The first one was about an online friend of mine calling me to say she'd broken up with her boyfriend, and I sang a few lines of Seals Don't Cry to her over the phone. The second dream was finding a real life friend dead body floating in her bathtub. I didn't think anything of it up until I logged online that evening and the online friend came online to tell me her boyfriend broke up with her. I immediately asked if I could call her, and she said no. I remember thinking that it meant something, like I could change it. Not long after, my phone rang, and it was real life friend from the dream calling me. I was completely freaked at this point, but talked to her normally. She was just talking about school and crap, up until I realized I heard a splash in the background. I asked her, "Are you in the tub?" and when she said yes I felt like my heart had stopped. I asked her, "What did you do?" She didn't answer me right away, and then after a very long pause she told me she'd taken an entire bottle of pills and chased it with mushrooms and vodka. She'd gotten scared waiting for it to hit her. So she called me so she'd hear someone's voice. I hung up and called 911. By the time they got there she was unconscious, but alive. Today she's a mom to a beautiful little girl, and she's okay. What? The fuck? One morning when I was 15 my dad looked tired and stressed. I asked him what was up. He said he had an awfully realistic dream of me killing myself. Said in the dream he came into my room to find me hanging from my neck in the closet. It bothered him so bad that he actually came and checked on me while I was asleep. Not too big of a deal but not cool as I thought. 20 minutes later my sis comes into the room, fresh from waking up. She looks at me and first thing she said was, "Dang brass, I had a weird dream. I came in your room and you had shot yourself in the head. It was messed up." I told her that dad had a dream about me killing myself last night too, and had him explain it to her. We just kinda sat there in an unnerving silence. I've never been suicidal but that freaked the whole family out. I spilled chocolate ice cream on my leg. I wiped it off and there was still a pale brown stain in the shape of the ice cream splotch. I told my mother who said it was a birthmark. I will swear under oath that never before that moment did I have a birthmark there. My mother has a scar behind her knee from a cut. When I was a preteen the exact same scar appeared on me in the exact same place. I swear it was never there before and I would have remembered being cut that deeply for sure. I was sitting in my office one day when my desk phone rings, and it is my under sheriff asking me to bring him all the reports, dispatch logs, any documentation ref to a specific. So I get it all together and start towards his office. I meet him in the hallway and hand him the paperwork. He asked what it was. I told him it's the documentation you asked for. He then swears he never asked me for it, that he had just arrived and had not called my office. He was on his way down the hall to ask me to get it together. My guess is a brain fart by him, or aliens. This didn't happen to me, but to my dad. He works for a heating and air conditioning company so he often has to go out to people's houses to fix things. About 5 years ago he told me he had a bizarre dream where he went on a call to an elderly woman's house. He'd never seen the house or this woman before, but he said it was bizarre because of how realistic the whole thing felt. He fixed her boiler in the dream, chatted for a bit, and then left. About a week later his company gets a call from an elderly woman needing her boiler fixed. They send my dad on the job. When he arrived, he said it was the exact same house from his dream and the same old lady. He knew her name before he even had to ask and knew his way around the house without having gone inside yet. When she opened the door, she said, "Hi Gary," and when he asked how she already knew his name, she said she had a dream last week that her boiler broke and that my dad is the one who came to fix it, so she just knew that would be his name. Two complete strangers, never having met each other, had the exact same dream that they would meet each other, and they did. The whole thing is so crazy. LOL, out of all the things that people could have a premonitory shared dream of, it had to be a regular everyday event. When I was little, 6 years old, my parents took us to Disneyland in Florida. We went to go watch one of those shows with parrots. During the middle, I had to go to the bathroom so my mom took me and left my dad and my sister to watch the show. When we came back, The entire stadium was empty, so we thought the show ended and we went back to the bathroom area to wait for my dad, thinking that's where he must have taken my sister since it's the only bathroom station in the area. We sat on the bench and waited for 2 hours before my mom gave up. This was pre-cell phone. The only remarkable thing during this time was that one of those iguana lizard things was fighting a squirrel behind the bench, and I watched that with great joy. I actually remember this. We did some other stuff, then went back to the hotel room to wait for them. The entire time my mom was annoyed at my dad, saying it's so irresponsible of him. A few hours after we got back to the hotel room, my dad and sister, who is a year younger than me, came back and obviously they started arguing, both saying they were waiting for the other at the bathroom. Me and my sister on the hand started telling each other about the lizard and squirrel we saw fighting. Apparently, both of us saw what happened from the same vantage point on that bench. My parents stopped to listen to us and asked us to clarify. We both saw the same lizard, same squirrel, fighting from the same point on the bench. It was one of those inexplicable occurrences, but they didn't give it further thought until me and my sister brought up the remember that time we saw the lizard and squirrel fight, and my mom was like, yeah, that was a weird day. It is one thing for this to have been some sort of crazy time-space anomaly, and that would be freaking crazy and awesome. But honestly, I really want this to just be you both waiting at the bathroom practically next to each other without realizing you were both there, because that crap is funny. I woke up from a dream where I died, and when I opened my eyes all I saw were faces all over the walls staring at me. It was terrifying. I got up from my bed and turned on the light. The faces didn't go away. I left the room and made sure I was awake. I wrote on my computer, drank some water, and when I went back in my bedroom the faces were gone. I believe this is a sleep hallucination, which I had another experience of as well. Was going to be late and was coming up with a story in order to avoid getting in trouble. Story I came up with is that as I was being pulled over by a cop for speeding, someone rear-ended him and it hit my vehicle. Had a pretty big dent in my truck, but no one knew what I drove yet as I was new to the job. 5 minutes later I got pulled over for going 75 in a 65, and lo and behold someone clipped the cop car and pushed the car into my truck. Ticket was excused. Boss told me it was okay. Got that bumper fixed for free and $1,000 from the dude's insurance company, the one who hit the cop car. And also naked women bathe me. Cross his fingers. I was waiting tables about 12 years ago, and my co-worker forgot to put in a food order for a 3-top table. He also forgot what the order was. I was laughing at him, stressing out trying to figure it out, and I said it was probably fried mozzarella, a cheeseburger with no onions, and chicken fingers. I was completely joking, and that was their exact order. It freaked me out. I made him let me run the food to the table to make sure he wasn't fricking with me. This just happened quite recently. I was heading towards a place from a train station that was being remodeled, and there's a huge chunk that's under construction. I got a bit lost in the area and my Google Maps was telling me that I should go through one path, but I couldn't since the whole area was basically off limits and I should take a detour. This was some busy underpass with people going to the platforms, and there was one big temporary plywood wall with big signs of under construction, unauthorized access, forbidden, no entry. This part got weird. That plywood wall had a plywood door, and people were entering exiting it like a normal busy door. Completely normal looking people that looked like they don't belong in a construction area. Even some old woman entered it. So then I thought that the map is working fine, so I decided to go through the door, and it got even more weirder. On the other side was just a huge empty area, completely under construction. An area of sand, piles of gravel, some pillars and construction in the distance. The edge of the underpass was completely unfinished. I was really confused since I wasn't far behind the last person who went through the door, and I had no idea where the guy went. There was no path. It didn't seem to look like there was some path where the people would have gone. There's a big gravel road in front of me going a bit to the side, and the map was telling me to follow some similar path. So I thought maybe I should check it out a bit. Except frick no. A big Caterpillar tractor sped up along that road and I wasn't planning to walk near that. I saw the guy in the tractor looking at me confused, so the next thing I thought was to go back since I shouldn't even be here. I opened the door and a few people walking away to a platform looked at me weirdly like I did when I saw people entering the door. No one entered after I went through nor when I came out. So after that, I just had to take the detour since I was in a hurry anyway and forgot about it for the rest of the day. I was listening to my friend talk and he suddenly just lagged out I guess. He sounded like a static phone and then repeated a couple of words. Sometimes I swear that lights flicker in whatever room I'm in. It's like someone turned all the present lights off simultaneously. I even ask those around me if they saw the lights turn off. I don't recall blinking any time this has happened either. I wonder if I have many nanosecond blackouts. It's people trapped in the upside down. When I was a kid, I had Metroid Fusion for the Game Boy Advance. That game was hella hard for, I don't know, 8 years old me. There was a final boss, a spider, that was difficulty spike in an already difficult game, and I got stuck there. Then, one day, I lost the game. Since I hadn't finished it, and I really liked it, I convinced my parents to buy it again. I played and finished it, I was quite happy. Then, one day, in my grandparents' house, I found a Metroid Fusion cartridge. It had a single save file more or less around the spider boss. I thought I had 2 save files, but whatever, I had found my game. Fast forward a couple of years and I get a call from my great aunt. She was moving, and when removing some furniture, found a GBA cartridge, Metroid Fusion, that her grandson told her was mine. I didn't believe her, of course. I went to see it. Exactly. That was my original cartridge exactly as I remembered it. I have no idea where the cartridge I found at my grandparents' house came from. I asked every possible cousin. Not that we are too many, like 4, everyone I could think of, and nobody had ever owned the game. Heck, only one of them had a GBA. I'm sure there is a reasonable explanation, but I can't find it. I had a copy of Pokemon Ruby version flat out disappear. I know where I put it and no nobody moved it. To this day it's still nowhere to be found. This happened in 2004. Was on a road trip with family once. We stayed at a hotel for a night. Our room was nothing more than 2 beds and a restroom, with the biggest mirror on across from the beds. Everyone went to sleep but me. I stayed up playing a mobile game I was addicted to at the time. At about 2 AM I went to sleep. When I woke up, I noticed something was just ever so slightly off. The mirror was gone. The room had 2 separate bedrooms, and there were 3 beds. Apparently I was the only one who noticed it. BC my family called me crazy. Still confused as frick to this day as to what happened. A little backstory. My sister was born with heart complications and nobody thought she'd survive unless she went under a certain surgery, and even then she'd be heavily disabled and not live past 12. My mom told me that my grandmother prayed and asked for my sister to live and to take me instead. Please let her be healthy. She died August 2007 and my sister was born a few months later, same year. My sister lived without the surgery, is now 10, and is healthy as she can be. The doctors said they didn't know how it happened and called it a miracle. Now for the creepy part. One day my sister and mom were doing something, I don't remember. But my sister turns to my mom and says, a long time ago, I was born in 19XX. Forgot the year. That was the year my grandmother was born. We never told her that. Another time she said her favorite food was X again. I can't remember. That was my grandma's favorite food. Again, never told her that. She did the same thing again except with my grandma's old home in Afghanistan. Never told her about that either. My sister doesn't even remember saying any of this. We asked. Then again she was really young when she said these, so maybe she legitimately forgot. Whatever the case, it's creepy but also interesting and a little heart-wrenching warming. Sister to live and to take me instead. Please let her be healthy. I thought that your grandma prayed that you, Scrimmage, should die. SMH. I'm not too religious but these stories make me wanna pray right now. So creepy. As often as every couple days I'll vividly remember being exactly where I am as it is, but at a different time, like repeating a cutscene in a video game. It's frequent enough I've repeatedly questioned the legitimacy of my existence. My friend and I were talking to our roommate and her girlfriend one night. Roommate had just received her new phone and was sitting in bed using it while the 4 of us chatted. So, roommate had sat her phone down while we were all chatting. She goes to pick it back up and it's gone. Like, She had just sat it down for a few minutes tops before she noticed that the thing has poofed. I call it for her and we can't hear it. We take the comforter and sheets off the bed and shake them all out. We look under the bed, behind it, everywhere we can. That phone is gone. Even though we hadn't left her room at all during our conversation when the phone disappeared, we tore apart the whole apartment trying to find it. Finally, we decide to try her car. It was in the locked trunk. We lived on the 3rd floor and were all in the same room watching her use it before it teleported. To this day I cannot explain what happened. Was watching TV with friends and we landed on some old 80s movie I used to watch over and over but hadn't seen in a long time. I had the dialogue memorized and it all instantly came back and I knew what was going to be said next. Here's the freaky part: we changed channels and kept trying to find something to watch. I noticed that everything we watched was the same. I knew every line of dialogue as if I was remembering it from having memorized it. These were all things I had never watched before. Here's the real freaky part: it started happening even when my friends were talking. An instant before they said anything, I knew word for word what they were saying. The effect only lasted an hour or so, but it was bizarre. Same thing happens to me whenever I'm watching TV on edibles. I've even written lines down before they're said to prove it. My wife always thinks it's because I've seen the show, but I swear it even happens on things I've never seen before. Not sure if this counts. I went into sleep paralysis in my dorm room and heard my roommate ask if I wanted donuts and she started elaborating on donuts. I couldn't move, speak, or breathe the entire time. When I woke up, I asked her if she was talking to me about donuts. She says, "Number," but that's weird because my boyfriend just texted me pictures of a donut he just got. And then later that day some random people came up to me and offered me a free donut. Other dreams: I had a dream about a hamster running on a wheel. When I woke up my roommate said someone threw a hamster down the trash chute. I also had a dream about a white rat. And the next day my friend texts me that his white pet rat had died. I have this urge to send you a dozen donuts. When I was a teenager, I was in my room and decided to go to the kitchen to make a sandwich. I looked at the clock before I left, 6:48 p.m. Went to the kitchen, made an awesome sandwich, got some chips, and a drink. This probably took me at least 10 minutes. When I walked back into my room, the clock still said 6:48 p.m. I stood there for a bit really confused, then it turned to 6:49. Went to sleep at 10 p.m. Woke up at 9 p.m. on the same day. I still don't understand. I woke up with 3 shirts on and 5 pairs of underwear. I was like 8 and thought the budgie monster did it. Scarred me for life. The budgie monster works in mysterious ways. I was completely convinced that my family had told me that my uncle died. I even bummed out about it and talked to people at work about it. Then 2 weeks later my sister brought him up. And I said, "Wait, he's dead. What are you talking about?" and realized that my brain had just fabricated all the memories. Very spooky. At work, bored as heck, check my contacts for someone to talk. Scrolling down I notice a high school GF's name who I lost touch with for a couple of years. I mean, no phone calls, no discussions with common friends about her, nothing. The very moment I saw her phone number, boom, she rang. I saw my female doppelganger once. We were walking past each other in a train station. We both turned around to look at the other person after we had passed each other, jerked our heads and scrunched our faces like, "Do I know you?" Gave a surprised wide-eyed look like that was pretty weird. Then another slightly more exaggerated that was even weirder, followed by an audible in unison "What the frick?" and nervous laughter. Followed by a quick turn around and hurry away and one last "What the frick was that?" look back as we scurried away. If a bystander saw it they would have thought it was scripted. Weird crap, man. You were near a mirror. I had the exact same day twice. They weren't dreams. I got a cool new toy in the form of a Batman keychain. My brother had Robin. We were jumping from one bed onto another in our small room pretending to fight crime, and I dropped my keychain on the floor in the corner of the room where my bed was against the wall. I could not find the dang thing. I walked downstairs and my mom had it. I have no idea why. I walked into the kitchen to tell my mom I lost it and she was holding it. To this day I have no idea why she had it. She doesn't remember the situation and didn't give me a real answer when I asked how she got it back then. I'm still completely freaking baffled. Laying on my bed with the door open, I hear something moving in the house. I was alone and get nervous. I stare at the end of the hallways, but then my dog ambles across going to another room. The sound was just him scratching. I watch him go into the other room and lay down. I glance up 3 seconds later and he is walking down the hallway again from where he originated, not where he had laid down. Like he teleported back to a spawn and walked back there again. But needless to say, I lost my crap. When I was a kid I would always have the same recurring nightmare at my grandpa's house. The dream was always about a man accidentally catching himself on fire and burned to death. Couple of months ago I found out that a man recklessly caught himself on fire while he was building my grandfather's house. My grandpa even put out the fire and helped the guy before he died. This happened about 2 weeks ago. It was hot and there was a storm approaching, so I decided I would jump in the pool real quick and be out before the hail starts. After about a minute in the water I look up to check and see 2 eagles just floating there, not moving at all, like time stopped. I'm sure they were just riding the current, but they didn't sway even a bit. Not left, not right, not up or down. Nothing. I was like frick it, dived underwater for a while, and when I came back up they were in another part of the sky, again not moving. Those are just the NSA's Freedom drones. 2 days ago I grab a Calvin and Hobbes book while searching for pregnancy books for my manager whose wife is pregnant. I haven't touched this book in years. I open it up and I find an old birthday card from my wife saying, "I hope you have a wonderful weekend." She died 2.5 years ago. Today is my birthday. I was at a bar once and I saw someone walk up the stairs with a similar haircut and glasses and thought, "Ah, there I am walking up the stairs." It was really weird. I actually thought I was watching myself walk up the stairs. I was running to catch a football in elementary school and it was super far away. The next thing I remember is me having the ball in my hand and everyone just donning a shocked expression. I asked them how the heck I got there, and they had no clue. It was fricked up to say the least. I thought I was Neo for a good while. I started that app Tinder recently and was chatting with one of the first girls I matched with. I asked her about a tattoo on her arm that I saw in one of her photos. It looked to me like a flaming top hat, so I jokingly asked if that what it actually was. A few hours later, I was sitting in my bed reading the book The Unbearable Lightness of Being when I see a phone notification. She'd responded, "How no, it is actually a bowler hat and arms. The artwork from my favorite book The Unbearable Lightness of Being by Milan Kundera." My grandmother passed when I was young, maybe 8. When I was around 16 I had a dream that I was hanging out with her and talking and catching up. She stood up in the dream to leave and I begged her not to and asked when I could see her again. She said nothing, but pointed to a calendar that had a date circle. I remembered the date when I woke up. It was several months in the future and told my mom about my dream, as she was always interested in that kind of stuff. Several months go by and the date and the dream is approaching within the next few days. My cousin's husband gets killed in a freak car accident, and my parents fly across the country to be with family. They are to be gone over the date in the dream, and my mom, being superstitious about the dream, makes me promise not to leave the house that day. I agree. No big deal. My parents were going to be gone. What did I need to leave for? The day in the dream arrives and my friend calls me up to ride into the city with him. I say no thanks. Late that night, I get a call from him that he was in a bad car accident and his car's totaled. Passenger side all smashed to heck. Had I been with him? I had a weird dream with monsters in my house and crap. Then I wake up and find a monster sleeping next to me and freak out and scream. The dream repeats itself and I wake up again to find the monster next to me. It repeated itself to what seemed like endlessly until I actually woke up sweaty as frick. I was at the store when I heard my boyfriend's ringtone on my phone. I went to answer but couldn't find my phone. I had forgotten it at home because I had plugged it into charge. When I got home I saw a missed call from him at the time I heard the ringtone. When I was a kid I had what I think was a ghost that just stared at me when I was in bed. It just stayed in the doorway and was kind of like a white shadow. It even stayed there after I rearranged my bedroom. It was there for several months. I told my mom and friends about it. Finally, one of my friends told me to ask what it wants. Simple question that I never thought of. The night that I decided to ask, it didn't show up. Never saw it since. I was about 7 or 8. Now I'm 31. My mother's grandma died before my sister was born, so she never had the chance to meet her, which was a shame. She was such a lovely soul. One day my sister was playing in the backyard in the sand pit. My parents were just on the porch with our grandparents drinking coffee. My mum glances over to my sister, 3 years old when this happened, and she sees her looking at nothing and talking, almost as if she was having a conversation with somebody. My mum wasn't fazed. It's somewhat normal for young kids to have imaginary friends or exhibit left of center behavior, but nonetheless, she thought she'd just walk over to see what was going on. She sits in the sand pit next to her and asks her who she's talking to. My sister replies with, "I'm talking to Nana." That's a bit strange because Nana is still on the porch drinking her coffee, but okay, she'll entertain my sister. "What do you mean? Nana is sitting over there." My sister, still not really looking at my mum, just replies with, "Your Nana." At this point, my mum is just simply WTFing all the way into the house. As soon as she heard this, she grabbed a photo album, took a photo of her nan in her favorite dress and walked back to my sister. She asked me sister to tell her what Nana looked like and what she was wearing. Described it to the dot. My sister was never shown these photos. I, who was alive and had met her, couldn't have described her to even half the accuracy. Just nope. I was home alone on a stormy night and had a migraine. After a few hours of laying in bed, I passed out. When I woke up, my 250-pound desk was moved across the room, near the door. Now, the issue with this is that I'm not even 120 pounds. Searched my house frantically, hoping nobody was there, but for an explanation, nothing was found. Alarm was still on. My heart was still racing. When I was maybe about 10, I was watching a TV show in my room while my older sisters watched the same show in the lounge. They were being mean and wouldn't let me watch in the same room as them. Anyway, halfway through the show it starts fast forwarding. Except I wasn't watching it from a video, it was playing in real time. The fast forwarding went on for well over a minute until I decided to run down to ask my sisters what was happening. When I got to the lounge I noticed the same show was running perfectly, no fast forwarding. I ran back to my room and it was still fast forwarding. I was confused and freaked out, and I think I just changed the channel. My family just laughed at me when I told them, but it still confuses me. I assumed the show was trying to frick with people by purposely making it seem like it was fast forwarding, but it was only on my TV and it went on for so long. I was on a cemetery. For some reason I took a path that I have never taken and I found a tombstone with my own name and surname on it. A little background. This is one of my earliest memories, so I was probably between ages 2 and 3, and I lived in a ranch-style home in a nice neighborhood. The only people at home were me and my mom. My sister was at school and my dad was working. It's a nice day out, probably right around noon. It's hot, so we've got the front door open with the screen door locked. I'm sitting on the couch in the living room, which is only 2 or 3 feet from the door, playing with a toy cash register. I look up from my toy and see a man standing behind the screen door. I don't remember him walking up the driveway, just him suddenly being there. He's wearing a police outfit. I'm confused, and he just kind of smiles at me. I should mention that I wasn't scared at all. There was a policeman at the screen door, and in my young mind there was nothing off about that. So I called to my mom that there was a man at the door. My mom was in the kitchen, which was attached to the living room, so it didn't take long for her to come to me. She walked into the room and immediately I could tell something was very, very wrong. She paused once she saw the man, and then power walked straight for me, picked me up, and ran into the hallway where we couldn't be seen from the door. I remember being held close to her chest and being extremely confused. She looked extremely frightened. We stayed there for a while, and eventually when we came back out, the man was gone. The memory ends there. Nearly 2 decades later I still don't have a clue what happened that day. A few years ago I brought it up with my mom, but she kind of just brushed off the question and I didn't push it. Now I'm just afraid to ask. This happened back when I was dating the guy I eventually married. His name was Todd. It was in the 90s. No cell phones or caller ID. I was at home and the phone rang. I answered it and it was a guy who said, "Is Cindy there?" I said, "Yeah, that's me." He responded with, "Hi, it's Todd," and we proceeded to have a 5-minute conversation. After a while he mentions a name I don't recognize. I said so and asked for clarification. After a little back and forth, we realized we are the wrong Cindy and the wrong Todd. So, he called a wrong number and got me. He's dating a Cindy and I'm dating a Todd. It ranks amongst the strangest phone call I've ever gotten. Once, in primary school, I was standing next to the flagpole in the main field. I don't recall what I was doing, but I was surrounded by children running around and playing. I looked up, and suddenly, I felt as though an enormous quantity of water had been dropped on my head, like a swimming pool's worth. I could feel the cold water running over me, turbulent, as though I were in a stormy ocean swell. I remember panicking and flailing about, gasping for breath. Then it ended, just as suddenly as it had begun. I looked about, and all the children were running around and playing like before, as though nothing had happened at all. No one even glanced in my direction. I ran my hands over my clothes, but they were completely dry. I looked up, and saw a lone seagull perched on the flagpole. It spread its wings and flew away lazily. One day in school, I had a blue pen on my book and a red pen in my hand. I heard sirens drive by and looked out the window. When I looked back down, my blue pen was replaced with a red pen. I then had 2 red pens and no blue pens. I was brushing my teeth once and I swear I saw, for a split second, myself looking down in the mirror. Not my experience, but my mother's, and I was with her at that time. My mother went to the doctor and she needed to do some breathing tests for her lungs. She never smoked in her life. I went with her. She needed to breathe very hard through a small tube with a clip on her nose, in different ways for like 1 hour. She told me it really hurt and she went dizzy. After the first few minutes she started to cry because it felt like the scariest thing she had ever done. She said it needed to be done, so we continued when she had maimed up a little bit. Something like after 45 minutes, when she just did the so-called hard punch breath, it was like she died instantly. Her skin turned pale, empty eyes, no breath, no movements, and didn't react to anything we said when we said something or touched her for like 1 minute. Suddenly she came back to life. Normal skin color, bright eyes, but very confused. We paused for like 5 minutes and continued to finish the last few easier tests. After that she told she was seeing me, the doctor, and herself from above her body for a few seconds. Then she looked up and she saw her mother, my grandmother, who was already dead for plus 20 years. My grandmother pushed her down back into her body and disappeared. She didn't connect with her body directly for a few seconds. She said she was moving but her body didn't and she didn't felt anything. Then she connected again. May seem stupid, but I lost my glasses, took them off to wash my face, came back. 30 seconds later they were gone. Searched my house with mom and brother for 3 hours, finally assumed I somehow flushed them. Got new glasses. 2 weeks later I come home from work and set my work shoes next to my desk. Decide maybe an hour later to go out, reach for my shoes. Glasses are on top of my shoes that I set down an hour ago. Perfectly folded. Got a DVD back from a friend after several months, and when I put it back on the shelf, it was already there. So I have the same DVD twice since then.